deal with it or not, it's like, you know, it's totally up to you. And like MFCR dealt with it very, very well.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a bit of an interesting case, being like, all right, like I know that at the end of the day, I need to be able to deal with, oh, like this person's like pressing buttons on me, or oh, like they're, you know, they're trying to like RPS around like which button they're gonna press at X range, right? But at the end of the day, when you're getting hit, it all is gonna come down to how potent that offense is, right? It's like, oh wow, like nice, you got the hit, maybe you got it, but at the end of the day, you need to be able to lock down your opponent and really make the most of that hit.
Yeah, and sometimes, you know, some people deal with it by just attacking the opponent harder. You know, like that's kind of like a very popular thing to do. It's like, oh, like this individual is overwhelming me. Well, guess what? I'm going to overwhelm you back. And like that's kind of like a lot of like the average skill that you'll see people do. And that's mainly just because, you know, offense is so strong, right? So it's just interesting always seeing that like people have a way to be even more overwhelming to their opponent, like at the time where they're overwhelmed. You know what I mean? Like, you're only going to bring it out when you're overwhelmed, but you already had like this overwhelming offense already. You know what I mean? It's always interesting. It's always interesting. You know, it's like I'm Mario, right? But then I'm Mario with mushrooms, so now I'm like taller and more deadlier, you know. But I can take a hit, you know.
Yeah, but it's like, look, I'm good. I'm gonna take a hit here. I can go ahead, run my own game plan without that like initial fear of like, oh shoot, if I get touched, I'm dead. You know, it's almost like, you see, because the problem is, right? I was trying to figure out how you even describe it. I don't think that reckless is like the right word, but I feel like it describes that scenario so well.
Well, yeah, it's just like, you know, some people are just like, offense is so strong that I just need my offense to be better than yours at that moment, you know, and that's kind of like the truth of the scenario in a lot of scenarios, especially in this game, you know.
Oh yeah, 100%. That
like right here, you know, incomplete combos, but you know, got it perfect, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
a couple of drops, but you know, I just needed those hits, you know.
Hey, it's like, all I gotta say is when you are eating hits like this, gets the burst out as well. Man, Marvelo is not looking to be in a good spot right now. Not having that burst against Gold Lewis with 1 round to go is not a spot you want to be in. Oh, nah. Great call out on the rope. Tries to get out. The throw. This is gonna kill too.
Yep.
One perfect and one touch around. You were talking about you gotta establish how much better your offense is than your opponent. And Cheerio did an incredible job of that in game 1.
Yeah, you know, I think in a scenario like this, like a character like Chip, you're already gonna be playing like very cautious, very like slow, and like, you know, you're gonna try your best not to get hit. And that's when you get hit the most. You know what I mean? Like, you try so hard to like avoid scenarios. The scenarios just accidentally happen. You know, like right here, this could be very, very bad. You know, like a bait DP or anything like that. Like it could just happen. You know, but sometimes you just have to do it.
Yeah, because I mean, it's literally we go back again to that risk reward game. It's like, wow, if I get hit by this DP, you know, it might not even be that bad, but if I block it, then I am literally just gonna kill Chip right now. There we go, 5H. Great call up coming out from Marvelo. I'm trying to put their own offense on display right now. Well, this should be death here.
Wow, good block.
Ooh. Good blocks and then immediately goes for the YRC there. Hey, sometimes you gotta go for it. Great big speed coming out here from Marvelo. Just trying to walk Cheerio down to the corner and is successful yet again. That's a position that Gold needs to play from quite a bit.
Nice evade. That was good evade.
Getting that drone out of here. Oh my goodness. Goes for the no mix-up. We're staying safe side.
Good block on Cheerio right there.
Yep.
Got opened up a little bit though, but that was really good. That was a really good attempt. It makes sense. And Marvell's offense is very impressive. Very good.
For the YRC.
Nice.
YRC
Still your
right
turn
on
back. Yep. And you still had a little positive bonus, so I think your middle penalty is not as bad.
Oh,
whip,
no.
bro. Dang, you actually can lose off this. Oh.
This could be a real bad spot.
Oh, man. Just, you have to, man. Sometimes, I always say in fighting games, sometimes you just have to be okay with the decisions that you make and be okay with it, whether it works or not. You just have to be okay with it. And, like, he was totally okay with that uppercut being brought out on Wake Up. You know, he was willing to wake up in the morning and Dragon Punch. And I think that that shows a lot of willpower to tell an opponent to stop doing this to me.
Yeah,
Stop
I mean,
attacking me. You know,
it's so crazy too because it's like the DP scenario is literally one touch for either player. Like, even though Marvello's at half health, if Tyrio was successful on baiting that DP, then it immediately would have led to a game over there for Tyrio.
I'll be honest, like, when you're a big character like Go Lewis, it's very hard to see the command grab. And I'm gonna be honest, watching it, that was very hard to see.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Like, you don't get a chance to do it all the time, but when you do, man.
Yeah, it's like the thing is, chip players will be like, yeah, it's like it's such a risk, but it's like if I can't see, like I don't know how much of a risk it really is, you know?
Nice whip. That was a nice counter poke. I don't think that was a punish actually, but that was a good counter poke.
Ooh, okay. Just a little bit of that high. This should be more than enough. Gotta say shout outs to the rope though. Been doing a number for Marvello's damage. Drone comes out. Marvello once again trying to evade it. Ends up between Gold Lewis in the corner, not the spot you want to be in. Fully trying to work his way out. Oh, the low!
Unfortunate.
Sometimes you just get hit if you're getting mixed up. Cannot form a defensive game plan around simply just being right at every point of the way.
Wow, good air on that, and got a lot of damage off that and a hard knockdown.
If I'm sure right now, I can't lie, I'm doing nothing burst save because it's like, look, I might do a safe jab, but you know, other than that, like if this DP comes out, it doesn't really matter to me. I got plenty of health to work with, and it works out there as well.
Yeah, man. Like I said, this matchup is really hard because you know Chip has to hit the opponent so many times. Golus have to hit them twice. And, you know, there's a lot of variants of, like, scenarios where the opponent is oppressing, like, a character like Chip. And, like, it's very hard to make the right decision all the time. Especially, all it takes is one, you know? You could be making 99 decisions, and that 100th one, because you're human, costs you the game.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's simply, it is what it is, especially in a game like this, where you are going to find yourself in a lot of those like mind-bending scenarios, you know. Well, Marvello off to a fantastic start right now, as a massive health lead has Tyrio exactly where he wants him. Ooh, there we go once again. Like that catch in the Rekka.
Really good.
Tyrio now just chilling in the corner. Has to try to find some opportunity to get out here. Such a tough task against Chip. Look at that. Every single opportunity to mash is frame trapped to perfection by Marvello.
Nice backdash. In the corner, though. This is really scary. Gotta spend meter to get out. Now you're in the corner. Oh, you can actually keep the tide in his favor. Oh, good conversion. That's a lot of damage.
Recognize that he's going to get the meter. Really going to wear this out for Marvello.
Yeah, that's a lot of good damage, too. Good block.
Oh no, the block from Cheerio could change everything right now.
Oh, this is game.
It doesn't end up meaning much, it looks like.
Hey.
Hey, that's what I was saying. Like, these new rope combos are kind of nice looking. Hold on.
Yeah, like I said, I think Marvello really likes this character a lot. Really trying to push the character and, like, any scenario that they get, try to maximize that hit. And that's what a Marvel player would do. Like Marvel players, they'd be like, "Yo, I got this hit. What can I do with it? Okay, what can I do off throw? Okay, what can I do if, like, I randomly hit and, like, it was behind me and, like, this happened?" Like they have eureka moments. They're just eurekas. So,
yeah, it's like, I mean, Marvel players remind me of jazz musicians, right? It's like the structured improvisation. Like, even though technically whenever you see improv, it's always random, it still has that sense of structure, and that's what makes Marvel players' offense so potent.
Mm-hmm. Nice.
And once again, I haven't seen too much in regards to those really big reads from Cheerio that we might see from Mendler Gold Lewis. I mean, and it looks like Marvello has just been trying to take advantage of this all the way through now, trying to secure his first set point so far.
Uh-oh, this is scary. Mind you, Marvello hit Gold Lewis, hit Cheerio, and they were in a bad situation. And they were in this bad. Match point for Marvello right now.
Marvello needs one more. We could see that favorite return from Cheerio here after this interaction.
Man, just like that, just take 70. Just straight. No lime, no salt, just straight tequila 70%,
I was saying, it's like that hit like a Mack truck just like that tequila does too.
No lime, no nothing. Just cheers for many years. 70%,
oh, Lord. I was saying. Here we go, though. Look at Marvello trying to tack on more of this damage. I don't know. It is technically a health lead for Marvello, but not too much.
Nice. I actually like that behemoth option right there.
Oh, this is scary.
Block. Good block. Good jump. Wild assault to kind of get out of the scenario. Now there's no burst in play, so any hit right here matters the most. Oh, and trying to get greedy with it. Wow. I'm surprised out of every scenario there, they really try to get the Thunderbolt out. But if you could see when Marvello was dashing and blocking and, like, using FD, they were already, like, trying to wait for that opportunity. Like you can't do that. And then for them to do that, and it instantly Marvello was like, "I'm going to capitalize on this. This is my round." I'm very surprised with that decision right there. Especially, like, fighting against a high potent player like Marvello. I was very surprised. I think everything right there was perfect. Both players were playing fantastic. I think obviously human errors and things like that, but I feel like that moment right there when you needed to win the Super Bowl right there, like you threw the interception. You know what I mean? Like using the goal line, and you was like, "I'm going to throw the ball,"
Yeah, it's like, come on.
Unfortunately, like that just doesn't work against a player like Marvello. You just can't do that.
Mm-hmm. Yep, we have got the bracket updates right now.
Mm-hmm. And right now we have Unbiased Ear and SQ playing already off stream, so unfortunately we're not going to be able to see that. So people who were excited to see that, very sorry, but I'm sure you could check out SQ stream. I'm not sure if Unbiased Ear streams, but I know SQ does, so you could kind of check out that match there if you want to show some love and watch some incredible matches right there. But right now we're going to be having Jack and MFCR.
Yep, and that is going to be after a very quick break that we're going to take once again. Once you come back, we're going to be running that top 4. We got all these players getting some bread today, and we are going to close it out after this break. So once again, gonna take 5 minutes. Go get a snack. Go get a water. Go get a water. Go to the restroom. We will catch you guys in a bit.
best of all time, baby.
Okay,
Let's hear it.
You're so good. How are you so good?
I love you, Jake.
Do this.
For new players, I would probably recommend Braum for how easy it is to just swing and attack. If you like just being like a big reliable like support or like tank type of player, I think Braum does that for you. I also think that his moves are pretty big, pretty swingy, can hit from pretty far away. So you don't have to worry too much about movement. That's like the big thing with Braum. You know, just get in there and just hit them and just protect your friend.
Punk the God, Evo Champ. What's up with you,
How you doing, bro?
You ready for this season?
Yeah, I'm excited. I'm very excited, actually.
So what exactly is your thought process when putting these teams together?
It's just people I see work hard, and this year I feel very just good coming here. Like, usually I don't feel like this. I feel good, but I feel like we're a little bit maybe a sleeper pick this year. Maybe. You know, I just know my teammates are they're gonna come here and really show everyone why I put them on the team.
I think being a team in this format is very different because, like, obviously it's a very one-on-one type of game. For one, I think you have to have a lot of like styles that complement each other, and also you have like people that can fit a certain role.
So it's gonna be like a point-based system. So there's gonna be a captain match that's gonna be worth 20 points. And then there's like a player B, player C match, which are gonna be worth 10 points respectively. Also player A plays player A, player B plays player B, plays player C plays player C. We have one reserve spot for anyone who wants to sit out for that match, whether it be a bad matchup or a personal player matchup. Every team is gonna be playing each other twice, one home, one away.
Let's go!
What we need is combos. We need straight combos. Everything needs to do at least 50% and then land into a mix-up. We need mix-ups too. New players should play Echo because, as I mentioned before, we need a mix, right? And there's almost no better character to mix than Echo. And it's pretty easy too. Everything needs to be a 50-50. You can't have anything less. No 49s or 51s. Then you gotta get them assist calls. Assist calls, after that, nothing else.
For new players, I recommend Ari because you play a game like this because you want to finesse. You want to move. You don't want to just do things without purpose. Anti-air is as simple as it gets. I kept it extremely simple, but I mean, you can go a long way with just those. And this character is so elegant, so smooth, and you just want to dance when you play it. And this is the character I recommend.
This is my first Verdugo. The people are extremely trained. There's two TOs walking back and forth, and the system is, if I call your name, raise your hand and walk towards the TO, everyone here gets it. I also got added to the bracket, and I'm the 11th seed. What the fuck is up with that? But yeah.
My name is David, also known as Schmoop, and I am the stream producer and co-TO here at Verdugo. Definitely surreal to see this many people just like want to come out just to show how much it means to them.
Ray, easy combo, keep it simple. Look at that. And there's like so many different things that you could talk about. We're gonna make a shitty f***ing tier list. Best way to live his life. Oh my god! Pump to God! FlyQuest home! Champion! Let's go! Pump to God right there.
And what's up, everyone? We are back again to watch the East Coast ladder bracket for FlyQuest. And just to let you guys know, SQ did play off stream, and they played against Unbiased Ear. And Unbiased Ear, unfortunately, was not able to beat SQ, and SQ won. So SQ is going to be moving up to the loser semifinals, fighting against Marvello. So I just wanted to let you guys know, in case you guys missed out or wasn't able to go and check out the match. Yes, SQ won. And now we're going to be having the winners finals, which is going to be Jap versus MSCR. And then we're also going to be having SQ versus Marvello. And I'm going to tell you right now, I think these four players are going to be bringing out a special type of, like, different type of archetypes by by themselves. You know, obviously Jack very good at utilizing the strength of Happy Chaos, whether it's like on defense, offense, in the mid range and things like that. You know, again, MFCR really good at just like being in the mud and just forcing their play, forcing their offense, kind of like just trying to brute force their way in. And then you have like Marvella, like high execution, high ceiling, and you know, like SQ, very sound in the mid range. You know, so having like all those archetypes is going to be very exciting to watch. I'm looking forward to see who's going to win.
Yep. Looking like we only got a few more sets before we crown this champion. Getting things kicked off here though, Jack versus MFCR. Two titans of that online Guilty Gear Strive scene. So once again, players who have played a lot but always bring some new stuff to the table. Overhead comes out. Not gonna quite be enough to kill. What I would say, if that back turn super didn't do a ton of damage right there, Jack is gonna go down.
Oh yeah, Jack is no slouch of being down around, you know?
Oh yeah. I mean, I feel like all of the best Jack moments that we've seen so far from this tournament and many others are from when he's down, so definitely nothing new for the kid. Yo, could be going down a whole game here though. Doesn't have the room to get any bullets, finds barely enough to sneak that 2K in there. Now he's gonna get a full refund.
Oh wow, good pressure.
Uh-oh. Great match once again.
Wow, good cross up. Corner carry, corner use the red wild assault to kind of get, or the blue wild assault to extend the pressure.
This is not going to be able to kill
the combo.
The 2S call with the backdash, great option from Jack to tie it up.
Yeah, you know, honestly, I don't even think they were looking for the backdash. It just happens to just catch the backdash, and I think that's such a strong button to have, right? Be able to scout somebody in the mid range, but also catch a backdash as well. So you know, it's really like a win-win in that scenario, right? It's really good to just see how that played out.
Oh yeah, I mean that Happy Chaos 2S just puts in so much work. Has a ton of active frames too, as you say, catch backdash there in some scenarios. Super long range low. Like it does it all, it seems like.
Yeah, I would say I will also agree that it does it all.
There we go though. Not gonna quite be a kill here for MFCR. Has to find one more scenario. Jack with full resources. Great delayed YRC there.
Uh-oh, I think this might be round. Nope, one more chance.
Nope, has to get one more chance. Has the curse though. Really curious to see what Jack is going to do with it. Just trying to stay out of that range that could constitute going for the DP here. Jumps right on over the 2D, knows that MFCR is looking for that option and closes it out.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that's one of MFCR's like option that they like to do, right? In scenarios where like they need to try to like steal their turn, they're always going to use 2D. And like again, when you play somebody that you're comfortable with, this is what I feel like that it's not layer 1 versus layer 1 anymore. Jack is starting to go like to layer 2 now. Now Jack is like, okay, I know what you like to do. Like I know your defensive patterns, and like I know that you're a type of player that are going to do those options no matter what. You're not gonna like think twice about it. You're gonna like pick. You're a chooser, you know. You're gonna choose these things in those scenarios, and like what's ready for it. And I really love watching players, break down opponents' happiness.
Oh yeah, I mean, one of MSCR's strongest points is that it seems like he has negative decision paralysis. It's like, not only am I confident in what I'm going to do, I'm absolutely certain, and that leads to so many great reads and not too much pushback from opponents.
I mean, you know, you also gotta give props to Leo Whitefang. Leo Whitefang allow you to kind of make those decisions like that, you know, with so much health. Offense is so oppressive, things like that. You have like these little various ways to like kind of bypass like mechanics like throw and things like that. You know, it allows you to kind of play that way. You know, it kind of enables or enhances that of what your decisions are doing. So you know, you got to give props to Leo too. Show some love to Leo Whitefang, you know.
Oh, what 100%. I mean, that's the king for a reason, yeah.
Yeah, second king. First king on the tier list, but second.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, like,
first
the latest and greatest is what they say. Oh,
nice.
See that there, the 2K2D?
Nice. Good stuff.
Man, look at the damage coming out from that conversion as well.
Man, I mean, I'll tell you what though, MFCR is really good at just converting. Like, knows how to convert. Always loved it, like the resets and things like that. A lot of scenarios to kind of cash out on a lot of damage. So seeing something like that is never surprising.
Oh, now Jack has nothing to work with in regards.
That's crazy.
I was gonna say doesn't have any concentration, but it doesn't matter because always has that route on deck that's gonna do exactly what he needs to do. Like that's just the Jack special.
Yeah, and I really like that he did throw into the charge blue wild assault, so you don't get no thought process to burst. The only thing you can do is mash it. We don't know what's gonna happen. You might not even get a chance to have that mash come out, but guess what? I'm taking it away from you.
Bad. It's such a hard character to deal with. Not particularly just HC, who obviously is incredibly difficult to deal with, but also Jack. Like, is so confident on the decision making, even when it seems like there isn't enough output from HC to get something done. He just always finds a way.
Wow, dash, dodged, ducked all the bullets. Imagine if that's the way to, like, you know, deal with people aiming a gun at you, just run at them, you know?
Hey, I mean, it's like, you know what? It's even scarier when he's holding the gun at you and just trying to sit there and aim, but...
Yeah, maybe you just got a 5B at them, you know, Leo 5B at them, or 5K at them, you know?
Yeah, like, just do something. It's like, you just gotta get in that grill before they can pull the trigger. Not enough, though. I mean, look at that. Jack already still able to find that round at the cost of the burst.
He's also at match point right now. Again, just very confident against this type of player. And like I said, it's very dominant. So it seems like this is not something that is very surprising.
Yep, missed the burst out once again.
I always like the underdogs. I like to see like what they bring to the table. Are they going to change it up? Are they going to do like a different strategy? You know, I feel like a lot of people get comfortable with doing like one game plan until they run into a player that stops it, and then they're just like, oh, okay, well, I'm just never going to beat this player. You know, so maybe one of these scenarios, maybe this could be the comeback right now to kind of make that comeback to, you know, make the adjustments and beat players that are so just consistent at you know. But good stuff to Jack. That was crazy. That was very convincing, actually. Very, very convincing. Again, I'm sure MFCR is going to bounce back from losers. Definitely one of the players that actively plays a lot and do a lot of great things for the tournament results for himself. So, and I'm sure he loves putting on a show too. I mean, everybody loves watching him play. Definitely I would say, like, on a surface level, like a great spectator thing to watch. So good stuff to them. I'm sure they're going to bounce back from this, and I'm looking forward to see how Marvelo or SQ kind of fights that out, because, you know, that offense, man, I'm telling you, it's scary, dude. You know, turn the setting, you're like, yo, get off of me, you know, like, and they always find a way to get close to you, man. They're like a magnet, you know. That's what just a magnet. Like, they don't want to play the mid range. They don't want to play the long range. They want to fight, you know.
Yep.
Put the gloves on, fight me.
It is hard too, because it's like, you know, you think about, as you said, that tournament setting becomes so important. Like, losing even, like, let alone a game, losing a round feels so bad in that type of environment. And if you're sitting there, you know, playing even just the slightest bit scared, that's when MFCR works best. That's when you can go ahead, steal those turns, keep that offense moving, especially on a character like Leo, who has those fast-paced options. So you just got to be ready for it, and Jack just was today.
Yeah, and I mean, Jack has just been consistent, you know. I've watched them play, like, even though I don't commentate, you know, I keep tabs on just seeing, like, you know, what's around and things like that the best I can. But you know, just seeing them play and just studying them is just that, you know, they really have like a very like a good foundation of like Happy Chaos. And like, it's funny because I always feel like a new rising star of Happy Chaos player, they show up and they showcase like how good this character is, and like they all have all different ways of how to defend, which I think is very, very interesting. And they all have like the same offense, but because their defense is so different, it's very hard to beat them. You know what I mean? And like when you're really good, you have that that established control naturally against good players. You know?
Yep. It's like, I mean, especially when it feels like, you know, the only thing that's really different profile-wise is going to be those defensive options. It's like, it gets incredibly hard to try and figure out which options work against which player when you're playing them all pretty consistently.
Correct. Absolutely.
There we go. And speaking of offense, though, we've seen it time and time again from SQ trying to keep up that consistency here and cashing yet another check using that O.
Really nice.
Yep.
The blocks. Has no resources to work with, try to mash out. Almost worked out in their favor. SQ got a really good hit, but she's going to have to deal with a 100-meter chip, and that is very impressive.
Yeah, I mean, you've got like, you got supers, you got YRCs, you know, you've always got the threat of DP just looming, but it's not going to matter when the burst gets baited like that. What a offensive sequence from SQ to close out that round yet again. She has been playing on fire from the loser side.
Yeah, and it's crazy. Like I said, in that scenario, you know, as Chip, you have to be very, very precise of like all of your hits, all your straight hits, because these characters, they're just tanks. You know, they get one hit, and like if you are in that vicinity, you are taking damage. You are taking damage. It's gonna hit you, whether you get a leg, arm, you know, like it's explosion. You're gonna get hit. You're gonna be under some rubble. You're gonna have a hard time.
Yeah, like it's just over the moment they hit. But I'm telling you. Here we go, though. 3 speakers out here from Marvello. Oh, man. There we go. Once again, with those delayed overheads, I've been putting in so much work from Marvello so far. SQ has no burst either, so this is going to be a real hard round to come back from. And it's going to continue to be hard as Marvello takes it.
Yeah. This has been like a very even match.
I feel like the grandscape of all of this has been really even, but each round just feels so one-sided. Like it's been pretty nuts. There we go. Great block on that JH. Half Dust comes out. He's gonna allow that offensive sequence here from Marvello to continue. Has that perfect still brewing. I will take a trade to continue that offense.
Oh my god, that's so hilarious. That is so hilarious. Oh my goodness, God. I can't believe I watched that.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, that's so funny. That's so dirty. You know, like, the thing is about it is, like, the problem is about, what's so scary about that scenario is you don't know when they're ever going to press RC. It just happens. Yep. So, like, when they do it, like, the first time, and you cross up, and then you get hit low, you're just like, oh, okay.
You can't even be mad. You're just like, oh, wow, like, I guess I just got it.
Oh, I'll be upset. I'll be like, yo, this character's a scrub. You know, like, I'll be feeling some type of way. I ain't about to be okay with that.
Man, I don't know. I feel like whenever I'm playing against like scenarios like that,
I think it's okay. As a player, nah.
I feel like sometimes I run into those scenarios where I'm like, look, like it's just so jacked up. Like I don't know. I just like I've come full circle and I'm at peace at the end of the day. I'm like, dang.
Very good. Good stagger.
Oh my, that 5H. Such a good start already, and then that chip help's gonna go along with it.
Wow, Aaron was able to break the wall too. This is really bad. Nice backdash. Still had the block. It's been 50 meters just to kind of block feels very counterintuitive. It doesn't seem like a good thing to do. So I know in that scenario it's very unfortunate. But you know, when a person kind of reads the defense of what happens, it's just unfortunate. You know.
Where comes out from Marvella. Man. SQ right now trying to fight her way out. Finds it though. Marvella getting a little bit too antsy there with the rope. We have seen it strain so far throughout these sets, but trying to greed for it seems like a really risky option.
Yep. Oh, nice. 6P. Then kind of delayed it, kind of get the mix up going. Nice low.
That Ace Combat air-to-air battle right now going on.
Hey, Ace Combat 7 is a great game.
Hey, I'm about to top in. What do you mean?
Nice RC. Oh, messed up. I'm sure that's not what they wanted. Good block. This is really good now.
Ooh.
For SQ. I wonder if SQ is going to spend the resources to kind of close this game.
Oh, I think you have to, no? Only really fear that deflect shield?
Hey, just like that. It was really good.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, I feel like you kind of have to, right? You got Wild Assault on deck, you got the BRC ready. Like, you can at least hit Marvella with a couple mix-ups, and, you know, it's like, hey, if you block all of them, you got it, but I'm going to do whatever I can to try to close out that game, right? Like, every single round counts right now.
Exactly. That was good. That was actually impressive, you know. And if and just like I was saying, like once that scenario happened where like he kind of dropped that ball there, I was like, oh, this is the time for SQ to kind of take advantage of that, and she did.
Oh, yep. Look at that risk being built right now. Marvella recognizes that he has to burst immediately if he wants a chance. Yeah, more about it once again. Now Marvella's sitting at one touch from just about anything. Has to be so careful.
Yep. Just like that. This is round. Match point already.
Like now. SQ only has one more round before she advances onto that top three to that losers or finals of the bracket. Marvella seems to have something to say about it though. Oh man, I gotta say, that chip bar slash has just been such a key player and such a key component in not only this offense from Marvella, but also those neutral sequences as well.
Oh, nice.
Well, right, not going down.
Showing some life, showing that they have a pulse.
Yep, it was looking real dead from that corner, but it's looking like now has that wherewithal to keep going.
Oh wow.
Ooh. And speaking of which though, slowly that light at the end of the tunnel is getting dimmer and dimmer. Gotta see if Marvella can find it. Goes for the mash. I don't know what that could have been. Might have been a DP. Might have been something, but
yeah.
End of the day is gonna go to SQ.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, like that, man. Marvella, like I said, sometimes you have to choose against these type of archetypes, and you know, now that there's no Dragon Punch Roman cancel, your defensive options are now more strict and more high committal. So like when a character like that, you know, such a high ceiling, you know, you gotta actually have the high ceiling on defense too. And you know, when you're playing such like great players and good players all the time, you know, you make mistakes and they will capitalize on that. But that was really good. I think they played really good in this FlyQuest. So you know, good stuff to them. SQ bouncing back from losers. Good stuff to SQ as well. Now she has to play MFCR.
Yeah, I mean, we now see SQ is in that winner stays on scenario. She's not getting out of this lobby until she loses a set right now. Man. MFCR trying to be the one to dethrone her right now, take this momentum away. As the hard knockdown, SQ gonna try and find the Mortabado and lands it.
Oh. Like I said, man, MSAR offense, whole different type of beast, you know?
Oh yeah, I mean, That offense is crazy. I'm really excited to see what answers that SQ has for these defensive options as well. So far, though, finally getting to see MFCR on defense. It was looking super bleak before, but now SQ is the one in control. Oh my goodness, the dash DP once again.
Trying to throw. Yo,
Oh,
man,
no.
that's the worst. The burst, and then you go full screen, and you get counter hit.
Yeah, like, ain't nothing you can do. You're like, listen, I already wasted the burst.
Nice
I'm already
yellow
trying
RC.
to not get hit.
Nice yellow RC. Sometimes you want to cut that momentum very fast, so that's really good.
Yeah, I mean, that's especially off of those special moves. It's like you get that guaranteed YRC too. Like off the close slash, it was a little bit risky, but goes for the delay. Knows that SQ wants something more. I mean, really good player awareness, really good character awareness too to take that first game.
Exactly. Well, let's see how SQ slows the game down, because right now, remember I told you, like MSCR is just very fast, high, super aggressive, all in on offense type of archetype. So it's very important to be able to kind of slow that down, you know. And like SQ again plays a lot of mid range, so let's see if SQ mid range can be very strong enough to stop this type of play.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I feel like if I am against MFCR, having that mid-range game is going to be one of the scariest spots, you know, just because of the way that he can cycle those options like that 5K, that 2D, might even go for a dash DP every once in a while. Just so many different variants of what he can go for to close that gap in neutral. Oh, SQ shutting it down though, hold on.
Yeah, like I said, SQ's mid-range definitely is no slouch, and I think against a player like this can definitely hold their own.
Ooh, that guard point coming in handy now. Stacking on even more damage with that overhead. We'll get one more scenario. SQ mashing. This might kill. And barely is going to stay alive.
Wow, this guy hit.
There we go. Once again, the rounds are all tied up. SQ with a monstrous burst advantage now. If MSCR gets tough for just about anything, he has no real way out besides that DP.
Nice pressure. Oh, trying to press something and got thrown out of it. Man, that's the worst. Got hit with the two-step. Take 30%, 40%.
Yeah, something calm off a K starter. Like, come on now. Ooh, the whip punish with the Zwite too. MFCR playing real heads up here. Like, listen, they said this madness has a method.
Nice. Oh.
Oh no.
This would be really good, but he does have a lot of resources to work with right now. Oh, it's not going to probably be able to use it. Got to block this out.
I mean, you have YRC available if you want to use it, but doesn't try and find a time for
that
it.
Was so greedy. Just sit on a meter and try to 2D your way out, you know? In the heat of the moment, that was a very greedy scenario. But, you know, sometimes it works out when, you know, when the unexpected happened. And I think in that scenario, it could have worked, but it didn't work, you know?
Yeah, I mean,
just had a lot of resources to work with to capitalize on the scenario, but chose to, like, you know, like the big payout. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, because there's no doubt that if MFCR was able to find his way out with the 100 bar, it would have been a world of hurt for SQ. But I don't know, Kizzy. I think I spend the YRC there.
Yeah. But again, like, it's the player archetype, so like they're willing to put it all on black every single time. So it's not surprising, but it's also surprising, you know, just commentating it and things like that. But not surprising of like the archetype of the player, you know. Like if they would have got the hit, it would have paid off perfectly. Because now you have 100 meter to kind of work with on your comeback, and that means your offense is even more oppressive, things like that. You know, just putting all your eggs in one basket. You know.
Yeah, I mean, like we were already saying before, I mean, 100 meter layer would have been definitely something I wouldn't want to deal with. And I know SQ doesn't want to either.
Exactly.
Here we go now. MFCR finds himself in a very similar spot to the last round. Has the meter to try to make something happen, but is going to use it for the offense. Good block coming out here from SQ. He said, listen, I'm not scared to use that YRC. I at least want another chance to play the game and look at the payout there. Nets her the round.
Yep, and try to say, I don't care, I'm going to uppercut, and that uppercut got baited.
Again, count a little 20% there. Gets both the swords back as well, the resources back in the hands of SQ. Uh-oh.
Nice burst.
Oh, only has essentially one more touch here, but has SQ on the back foot. This is truly anybody's game right now. First comes out. If MSCR wins this round, it'd be huge.
Wow, ran under there. That was pretty clever. Wow, caught the eye.
The jump here! Oh my goodness gracious. Once again, as you said, MFCR willing to go for those high gambles, and it pays out here. Now has turned the tides and is in an advantageous scenario for the entire game. Oh, 6P does not quite work out.
Just trying to throw there. Unfortunate.
Now it's sitting on a huge
health that the life bar is even.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like it's the cosmetic health lead,
yeah.
Turning it into a real one though.
Yeah.
SQ, good job.
That was really interesting. Like again, SQ again held down, kept the stop sign up. There was no green light. You know, there was no crossing the street. Don't jaywalk over here. Just that was really good, solid, textbook. Mid-range control. That's what I like to call. You want to control these type of archetypes. You know, you want to put them in the zoo cage. You have to be the zookeeper.
Yeah, it's like I mean, just a lot of what this game is in general, like pretty much every level is, and fighting games honestly as a whole is that animal control aspect, right?
Yeah, like obviously some games the animal control archetype is stronger. Most modern games, I would say that they are way more riskier to play. But the archetype is still there, just not as controlling before.
SQ seems to have.
Oh, it's a mix-up.
All of her lines on the leash, though. Look at that.
Just hold the base. Match point for SQ.
And SQ, you know, was already down a little bit. I already know her chat's going crazy, trying to see if that pro tag power can come out.
Nah, SQ's always been a player that kind of starts really slow, but then like ramps up. That's the type of archetype that she is. Like once she gets that information, and once she gets more comfortable with her archetype, like establishing the play, the round, the game, and things like that, she turns it up really, really well. And definitely one of the scariest players to play this game.
Oh yeah, I mean, look at that already. MSC already so scared to fight her. She's gonna go.
That was good. Catch all the Abari options right there. Oh, that was good. That's what I mean. Just turn it up when she needs to, you know?
Yeah, but it's like, it just feels like, I mean, you just said it right there. Like, just seems like whenever SQ has that grasp on the player that you are, she is able to take you for a ride and take you out of this bracket to advance on to grand finals her doggone self.
Yep. Literally just peak decision making, peak control, you know? Like, again, it starts off a little slow. Sometimes you gotta really read out how the opponent wants to kind of run their offense. And again, SQ definitely started to slowly pick the little spaces to kind of play and kind of harass Leo Whitefang. It was really, really good. And like I said, great stuff. SQ definitely held the neutral very, very well. Shut down all of like the kind of like Abari approach that MFCR is very, very strong at. So that was really, really good. Now she's going to be in grand finals, and not only that she's going to be in grand final, win or lose, she's also going to be commentating. So she is working overtime as we speak. So after the worst part is that imagine you lose grand finals. And then you just gotta put your commentary headphones on. Hey, what's going on, guys? We're FlyQuest here on the West on the West bracket, holding it down. We had a fun time here. Let's check out the ladder of the match going on right now. Just right off the back, no water, no milk, no cookies, no nothing. You know, just straight raw gameplay. You know.
Yeah,
but I know
I mean,
FlyQuest won't do such a thing like that, but it will be funny in another timeline. You know.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I've been there, the lose bracket, and then you get that ping in the Discord like, hey, can you come check? And you're like, dang, I'm really not trying to talk to the people right now after losing them whatever part of the bracket of that. Like, I don't know.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, like I said, SQ is gonna have to fight a really strong opponent. Jack in grand finals, very comfortable in grand finals, I would say. Winner side, looking very, very confident right now. Definitely doing all of the longest extension round kills that I've ever seen. But you know what? When you got that much, you just gotta let them know, man. You gotta let them know. You gonna play like this, you gotta watch me.
Oh, I mean, that's 100% right there. It's like you gotta sometimes you gotta let them know immediately, right? You gotta be like, this is the tone of what this grand final is gonna look like.
Yep.
Try to get the whip punish. They're not gonna find it. I don't know what Jack was looking for, not completing that combo.
I think Jack was trying to go for like probably another like route. Like I think just miss input with the resources, input drops. You know, like sometimes you just get a oopsie there. You know.
Yeah, it's like, I mean, these players are not robots. Sometimes they can make their mistakes.
Wow, good conversion. Just like that.
Good throw coming out here. Oh man, Jack just controlling that mid-range game. Knows that SQ just really wants to find spaces to weave in those slashes and heavy slashes, but really just controlling everything with those bullets.
Yeah, and you kind of have to make decisions too, because again, like this character has a gun and can really hit you from anywhere on the screen. So you have to play differently, you know. So I like the adjustments here.
Oh yeah, and it almost just feels like a switch coming out here from SQ as well, right? It's like immediately goes into that defensive style that is going to go ahead and punish Jack, as we see here in this first game, is able to take it.
Yep. And again, that was really consistent. Man, coming through losers, already like heated and warmed up, is so hard to deal with. You know, like, you know, they feeling good. You know, they went through the trenches. You know what I mean? They feeling the glory, and then you gotta sit next to them, and you gotta be like, good luck. You know what I mean? You got no practice, no nothing. Your hands freezing. You know, like their neutrals immaculate. You know, just
oh my goodness,
chaos. You know?
Nah, I mean that's like completely right. Like even when you're on the loser side of the bracket, like you still got you got the ball rolling already. Not only are you already nice and warm as you said, but you already got those wins driving that confidence.
Yep. Wow, they could work on it there, but I think they misinputted.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I was like, we might not be getting the inputs that Jack wants right now, because that was looking like a prime close slash opportunity for him. So, got the full resources besides that single bullet. Got the curse as well. Sets up those whip punishes. That's why that curse is so doggone strong.
Just like that, man. Jack doing what he does best.
Already able to go ahead and establish that control that he looks for every time.
Nice setup. Take him to the corner off this. Are you going to break the wall? Oh, drop the combo.
Oh my goodness.
That's
the
a lot of
last frame
damage.
of 6. Seems like that was the last frame of 6 that's right there.
That's a lot of damage.
Conversion. Should be one more touch. You've got to play around that incredibly scary Mortabato. Seems to have found it. Goes for the wild assault as well. The awareness to ensure that that burst doesn't come out. Yep. And now Jack is up a game as well.
Yeah. Jack turned that around really fast. And again, I told you, Jack decision making in like certain scenarios is so unique into Guilty Gear Strive, and they're just so comfortable at it. Especially, you know, dash block being so free. In this game, it doesn't take no risk. It's just no commitment, and they're just willing to kind of like play that non-committal game just waiting out and then just jumping out and then being able to kind of take those hits and those stray hits and just force into a mix, put you into a strike dose situation, just very consistent. And now have a read on your burst. That's the worst thing that you can have right now, you know?
Oh,
and
yeah.
then rolling over the far slash, like, come on, man.
Like not only for the mental, but also just in terms of screen position as well. That perfect is just so demoralizing, especially when it comes in that fashion.
Yeah, this is a prime example of like anything, and everybody who is in the chat or felt this way, this is the point where like anything you do, your opponent just does the right thing to counter what you're doing. And that was that round. And it might be this game the way it's going. Just yeah. It's just one of those rounds where they're correct and you're wrong. But you're wrong makes it worse because their correctness is like the perfect thing to stop what you're doing. And like those happens in fighting games. And this, because this game is more faster, it's very easy for that to happen for 2 rounds, which is a game. And right now, Jack has one of those games where like, yeah, man, everything I'm doing, it just so happens to stop exactly what you're doing.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so tough too because it's like, all right, you come out of here, you get that first game going from losers, like, all right, you know what, I'm building up a bit of a lead right now. And then the moment that happens, you just see 2 games of dominance come out from your opponent. Like, that's just not the scenario you want to go into when you have 2 more rounds of a tournament life.
Yep. I like SQ trying to play different, trying to slow the game down, but it's just not working.
And now has no burst.
Yeah,
Jack has all them resources. This is looking real bad.
Oh, wow, that's unfortunate. Like a micro step post slash and you just so happen to jump over and be in throw range. Like, that's the thing that I just, like it's just, everything is just going downhill, you know? And you got to be really good to kind of slow it down, you know? You got to try your best.
Yeah, at this point, if you're SQ, you're like, man, I just need to get out of a single one of these chains. If I get out of one, I can make something happen right now, but Jack's offense is looking airtight.
Nice burst. Just try to slow the game down. Try to get your comfort. Oh my
gosh!
That's game. Might be game. No, one more chance.
I don't know if this is it. The starter was a little bit wonky.
Wow.
Has a single chance. It has empty.
Man.
As the rest of it goes for the sword toss, though.
Mind you, people are arguing that this character was mid. That's crazy. I love. If mid looks like this, sign me up.
I want mid.
Yeah, I want mid too, yo. Give me some mid rice, mid chicken. You know, mid trophies, mid pistol. And let me get this mid $800 that Jack just got right now, yo.
Congratulations to Jack taking it with his mid character coming through, winning that 200 bones that's been sitting for him, the lion's share of this coast spot. It has been an incredible time commentating, and like I said, man, Jack, look at this run that he has been through. Had to go through SQ already, so got that matchup experience. Had to go game 5 with SQ, game 5 with Marvello. Next up, gets the sweep over MFCR and finally takes it on the winner's side. Once again, coming out from the winner's side of the bracket, not losing a single set and taking the lion's share of the pot.
Yeah, and like I said, unfortunately, SQ I think played really, really good. But again, I think what happened was it's like you kind of run out of that capacity, like mentally, and you just kind of drained and things like that. So you know when you're playing, like I said, like high, like you're just playing like that high tempo, like so constantly all the time. Sometimes you have like those moments where like your brain just like, yo, I need a break. And I think they ran out of gas at the end. But I think they played fantastic. I hope that this match does not discourage what happened. I mean, things like that happen. But that was really great to watch. Great stuff to Jack. As always, I want to say thank you so much for FlyQuest for having me join and letting me talk about fighting games. And I hope everybody who was watching enjoyed it. And we're going to go ahead and pass it on to the west side of FlyQuest. That sounds so cool. The west side of FlyQuest.
Yo, okay.
So the east side of FlyQuest just wrapped up. Jack is your winner, and we're gonna be flying to the west side. You know, we're gonna FlyQuest to the west side. But as always, Avian, it was a pleasure commentating with you, talking about Guilty Gear Strive. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Yep, and of course, thank you as well. Always love having that top player perspective on the game. But as my co-host has said, that is going to be it from us here, Avian and Kizzy. We're going to be tossing it over to the runner-up of today, SQ and Saki Sakura. You are not going to want to miss this. Don't go anywhere.
Awesome.
GGST.
I'm the best of all time, baby.
Okay,
Let's hear it.
You're so good. How are you so good?
I love you, Jake.
GGST.
For new players, I would probably recommend Braum for how easy it is to just swing and attack. If you like just being like a big, reliable like support or like tank type of player, I think Braum does that for you. I also think that his moves are pretty big, pretty swingy, can hit from pretty far away. So you don't have to worry too much about movement. That's like the big thing with Braum. You know, just get in there and just hit them and just protect your friend.
Punk the God, Evo Champ. What's up with you,
How you
bro?
doing, bro?
You ready for this season?
Yeah, I'm excited. I'm very excited, actually.
So what exactly is your thought process when putting these teams together?
It's just people I see work hard, and this year I feel very just good coming here. Like, usually I don't feel like this. I feel good, but I feel like we're a little bit maybe a sleeper pick this year. Maybe, you know, I just know my teammates are they're gonna come here and really show everyone why I put them on the team.
I think being a team in this format is very different because, like, obviously it's a very one-on-one type of game. For one, I think you have to have a lot of like styles that complement each other, and also you have like people that can fit a certain role.
So it's gonna be like a point-based system. So there's gonna be a captain match that's gonna be worth 20 points. And then there's like a player B, player C match, which are gonna be worth 10 points respectively. Also player A plays player A, player B plays player B, plays player C plays player C. We have one reserve spot for anyone who wants to sit out for that match, whether it be a bad matchup or a personal player matchup. Every team is gonna be playing each other twice, one home, one away.
Let's go.
What we need is combos. We need straight combos. Everything needs to do at least 50% and then land into a mix-up. We need mix-ups too. New players should play Echo because, as I mentioned before, we need a mix, right? And there's almost no better character to mix than Echo. And it's pretty easy too. Everything needs to be a 50-50. You can't have anything less. No 49s or 51s. Then you gotta get them assist calls. Assist calls, after that, nothing else.
For new players, I recommend Ari because you play a game like this because you want to finesse. You want to move. You don't want to just do things without purpose. Anti-air is as simple as it gets. I kept it extremely simple, but I mean, you can go a long way with just those. And this character is so elegant, so smooth, that you just want to dance when you play it. And this is the character I recommend.
This is my first Verdugo. The people are extremely trained. There's 2 TOs walking back and forth, and the system is, if I call your name, raise your hand and walk towards the TO, everyone here gets it. I also got added to the bracket, and I'm the 11th seed. What the fuck is up with that? But yeah.
My name is David, also known as Schmoop, and I am the stream producer and co-TO here at Verdugo. Definitely surreal to see this many people just like want to come out just to show how much it means to them.
Yeah, my name is Kevon. I am the TO of this tournament, Melee at Verdugo West. So Verdugo actually started in 2018. It was ran by Dindy Pretendi. He was another TO. Yeah. Dindy actually flew out tonight for this. He's going to be here tonight.
That's my goat. That's my goat. You hold this. I've seen the future of SoCal Melee, and it all revolves around what these guys are doing.
Ray, easy combo, keep it simple. Look at that.
And there's like so many different things that you can talk about.
We're gonna make a shitty f***ing tier list. Best Melee was live.
Oh my god, pump the god, FlyQuest over! Champion! Let's go, pump the god right there.
Welcome everyone to FlyQuest Fight Series number 43. My name is Saki Sakura and I am joined by such an amazing competitor who not only was able to just get second place on the East Coast side, but also here commentating with me, SQ. What's up?
Hello. Yes, I did just get second place in the East Coast bracket. That was a very fun time. Jack is he's pretty good at the game, turns out. But now we're moving on over to the West Coast side of things, which should be a lot of fun.
Absolutely. So like we mentioned before, this is number 43 and we are here for the West Coast side, which is kind of interesting because I feel like the West Coast commentators are commentating the East Coast ladder and then we have the East Coast commentators commentating the West Coast side of things. But like you mentioned, we do have our first match. It's going to be popping in pretty soon here. We got Danny L. Maza versus Domi World. Looking at the bracket right now, following that is going to be Bad Moon Yada versus For Real Z-Man. And SQ, let us know the last two matches in our winners round one side.
Yeah, sure. On the other side, we have Simbukai versus Uabami. And then to close things out, we have GC Yoshi versus Dende. And something about the West Coast bracket that I think is really interesting. West Coast, I feel like, has a very interesting character variety in comparison to the East Coast. So we're definitely going to see a different lineup of characters.
100%. I think that's one of the reasons why I love commentating West Coast, because they always have that variety and diversity of characters that really makes Guilty Gear enjoyable. Because even when I was last here back on the side of broadcasting earlier this month, I think January, time's a little weird. It's just really cool to see how amazing some of these West Coast players are. Now, before we begin and while we're waiting for our matches, let's talk to you a little bit about what to expect here at the FlyQuest Fight Series. So you probably imagined, why are we all starting in winners round one? It's a ladder format, so everyone gets to play lots of games to all try to qualify for this top 8 spot. So we got the first one going up right here. Domi on Sin and Danny on Kai Kisuke.
Yeah, this is a very Guilty Gear match, right? We have two pretty basic characters. I kind of am expecting to see Danny kind of control the pace of the match a bit, because that's just kind of his MO as a player. He's very much about kind of controlling the tempo of everything and really coaxing the opponent into doing what he wants them to do. But on the other hand, Domi himself can also be pretty stubborn. So in a lot of ways, we have kind of two clashing play styles, I think. Right now we have Danny taking the first wall break here, but Domi the 100 meter is going to be tricky for Danny.
Yeah, I love that you mentioned, again, Danny takes control of a lot of situations, but with that wall break, Domi uses that time to go ahead and take back that control. We're going to go straight into DP, but there is no meter to keep it safe, so forcing to use the burst. And already just such health deficits happening right now. Purple RC to go straight into the DC, and Danny regains control once more. And again, this is all about that control, right? Like you mentioned, you got Danny, who has a great character. Actually, both characters are extremely well placed when you go for the right game plan. But just Danny has another way of thinking when it comes to things.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, no, we have Domi here getting a wall break with the RTL. Danny with 50 meters though, so I gotta worry about some defensive options here. Can't get the combo.
I like the 5P baits twice in a row to definitely see if you're going to try to mash through. And that is going to be Tyrant Rage right at the end to seal the deal for now. Final round, and just this first game, which has been just explosive after explosive damage.
Yeah, Sin especially is a character that's known for doing very high damage. Kai a little bit more situational when he does high damage, but very capable of it himself. Okay, some pressure from Domi. And Danny with 100 meter though. Oh, goes with the reversal far slash. Trying to go for an unburstable combo. Things a little tricky for Domi. Gets hit by the tap dust. Oh, gets the burst. Okay, one more chance for Domi here.
Ooh, that was such a good blue RC. You do have to play a little risky here, though, especially considering how things are. The DP in the air, despite the blue RC slowdown. Danny, you are just playing on another level, as per usual.
Yeah, for sure. You know, a lot of people, I feel like they kind of forget that the DP characters have DPs in the air. So a lot of times in those scramble situations, people aren't looking to bait the DP like they would if their character was grounded. So very smart from Danny to use that option there. It's going to take game 1.
Absolutely. And I think too, you know, when you look at the way the DP in the air works, it's also just how good the hitboxes are, right? And Kai has probably one of the better DPs, I feel. Maybe just on par to what Soul is, but I mean, hey, that's why they're the main characters of the series.
Yep, exactly. Having a DP in this game is very, very nice. And you know, both the characters on the screen here have very good DPs. And that kind of changes just the dynamic of the game in general. You know, Guilty Gear is a very offensively focused game, but when you have a DP to kind of discourage the opponent from running their offense, it creates a lot of interesting situations.
Hey, we do see that Dummy takes that first wall break earlier on and is going to be able to close the deal here. You know, Danny just not able to get the momentum that he was looking for earlier on. But like we mentioned before, it's all about trying to figure out the control. And I really love that Domi's been playing such an aggressive game plan with Sin. I mean, that's how you have to play this character.
Yeah, for sure. You know, when it comes to this character matchup, like I was saying earlier, Sin kind of does more damage than Kai does. So I think Kai has like better buttons to control space with. Kai is more scared to get hit than Sin is. And I think Domi's trying to leverage that back and be a little bit more aggressive when Danny is tentative to try to take his turn.
URC once again, but it is going to get counter hit this time around. But the 5P challenge, and there Domi ties it up 1-1 against Danny. You know what? I really loved that Domi, there was like a certain sequence right before going into the wall shatter where Domi actually went into Tyrant Rage very earlier on in the route because the burst was still available for Danny in that situation. That's like how you know that these players are very much well aware of the meter and how to manage it and be like, okay, we cannot let you continue to get hit here because you're just going to escape my chances of actually, again, getting that dealing damage.
Yeah, for sure. We're going into round 3 here. Danny with the early start of offense. Going for a lot of throws, but Domi is attacking them. That could come back to bite them. Danny is very good at setting you up early game to start attacking a lot of throws. And then when, you know, things get a little bit closer, he'll start going for those shimmies and throw bait. So we'll see what happens there.
And there is this pickup. That's going to be a burst from Domi's side. Gets the 6P, but not going to be able to convert off of it. We get the Elk Step, though, and the continuation with the red RC. That's going to be a wall shatter. That's going to be in favor for Domi in the situation right now. I do like that Danny's trying to OS on some of the range, especially with that far slash, and we'll be able to kill here. Oh my gosh!
Yeah, Kai can do a lot of damage when he has that shock state involved, and he gets the heavy DP. With round start 2D, this is going to be a wall break for Danny as well. It's a great start to get some of his bursts back as well from that wall solid he just spent. Oh, huge GH starter as well. Everything's Danny right now.
Yes! Oh my goodness. Alright, so that is a burst from Domi's side. It's going to take away that shock state, but the counter hit, and Danny cleans it with a very gorgeous perfect right there.
Yeah, that was just all Danny. And that's the thing with Danny as a player, is he is so momentum-based as a player, and he can really start kind of getting in your head as the other person as well. I'm curious to see how Domi's going to try to slow this down, or if they're going to try to like match the pace, you know? I'm curious what their answer is going to be.
I really feel like Domi's been doing a really good job matching pace and sometimes even taking the lead. I feel like here you're just seeing the classic, like, okay, it's not so much character, it's the player this time. Like, and there you have it right here, right? We saw Danny start off with the 2D combo into the Wild Assault in the last match, and now we saw the same thing from Domi in this situation, but Danny's also responding in that same level of action. So it's like you gotta meet head to head between these two.
Yeah, for sure. That was a pretty costly combo from Danny's side. He spent 100 bursts on that combo. As we see here, it's kind of costing him a little bit because he doesn't have a burst for this combo. So this is going to be a wall break for Domi. Both players have 50 meters. Oh, gets the empty throw. And he has no burst to use, so this is going to be the round for Domi.
Yep, and there we go again.
You can see the decision making with the burst gauge really coming back to bite Danny there, but
right, using burst pretty early there in that round so that we could get that get off me tool. And now here's that change, but now Domi also using burst in that situation.
Both players down their burst now. Oh, close slash the wrong way, unfortunately. That's going to be a wall break for Domi. Get positive bonus, start getting their burst back. Has 1 stamina to work with.
That stomp is so cheeky, and there you have it too as well. The tap dust just to get enough damage, still not enough to kill. And now it's just one good read here from Domi, and it's a DP read to stop Danny's offensive mechanic. And we're already in game 5's SQ.
Yeah, we are. And, you know, I was actually just sitting here wondering, like, you know, I feel like Domi hasn't DP'd that much. And that's kind of what Sin players are known for doing, right? Sin has a fantastic DP. They're kind of known for DPing a lot. But he hadn't really been doing it very much, but he's deciding to break it out here now.
It was one of those things where it's like, as a player, you like you mentioned, you're used to Sin players DPing a lot, and then, you know, punish them. They made the mistake. But here, Domi's been very conservative about it to change up that offensive line. But once again, Domi using that burst, and Danny going to be able to fully get the shots thanks to this overdrive.
Nice throw, but no punish on Domi's side. Okay, goes for a throw as well. Sin with no stamina here. Oh, Danny getting caught trying to jump. Be a wall break for Domi. Pretty even. Goes off the backdash. Gets the air DP. Very nice awareness from Danny. Oh, gets a tap dust. I believe Danny can kill here. Domi might get burst back and does choose to use it. They want this round.
Oh, did not have a meter to even continue the combo extension from the DP. So Danny takes it thanks to the DP wake up reversal as well. And now we're already back in Danny in charge of the wheel, taking the wheel from Domi.
Blocks the tap dust. Very nice. Oh, gets caught by the frame trap though. This should be the round and the set. Danny gonna take it 3-2. That's a pretty good game to start off the bracket with, I gotta say.
It is. It is. I just want to mention, it's one of the reasons why I hate Kai so much. The amount of just like combo damage from an OTG pains me. That is a Kai round, truth be told. And I just sit here with like, I'm smiling through the pain.
Yeah, for sure. Kai is he's definitely explosive sometimes. If you get hit by the wrong thing, you're going to take so much damage for it. And I think Danny is really good about kind of leveraging that fact and knowing that his opponent is scared. And Danny himself isn't going to back down from anything. You know, that was that previous round. It was game 5 and next hit killed, but he did the wake up DP anyway. You know, he doesn't care. Danny's going to do what Danny wants to do. And that's just how it is. But that said, we are going into our next set, which is going to be an interesting one. Do you want to introduce our players here?
Yes, this is Bad Munyata versus For Reals Man. Now, For Reals Man, I was familiar because I remember the soul. I'm actually shocked here that Bad Munyata is going with the Elfelt this time around.
Yeah, I'm very curious about that as well, because Yata has mostly been playing Slayer since his release. Yata did previously play Elfelt before Slayer came out, but mostly been playing Slayer, but maybe just wanted to bring back the Elfelt. You know, she is quite strong in this version of the game and very fun. I like her myself. Not sure what the decision making is, but that's what we're going with.
Okay, that is going to be continuation there with the Red RC getting the tap dust. Unfortunately dropping the combo due to the Rekka route, but we still picked it up for the Ender though, and still both players keeping hold on their burst, by the way. Probably the longest we've seen in a while for both players to be holding on to.
Yeah, very often you see players kind of use their burst almost instantly in this game. That's kind of been the meta for a little while, but both players here are choosing to hold their burst. Okay, We got the burst from Yata this time. Ooh, gets countered by Far Slash. This should be the round for Reels, man. Rave.
Ooh, that is definitely no guts there for Elfeld. Poor thing.
Both players about 50% burst now, so whoever gets momentum first is going to be a big deal. And it looks like it's Yata. Followed by the Rekka. This is where you do not want to be when you're fighting Elfeld. Dealing with the Rekka mix-ups, you're back to the corner. It is a rough time. And now we're going to get the super wall break from Yata.
Did like that route quite a bit too. It was a great way to like lock into that Rekka, like you mentioned. You don't want to be in the corner like this. Purple RC, we still got that counter hit for Reels, man, though, using that last minute burst and to see where we could go with it. The DP. And now we're just trying to deal with that overhead Rekka, and unfortunately we were crouching right there.
Yep. You know, that round could have gone either way. You know, let's Soul bad guy against a low health character, but Yata ended up closing it out. Yeah, it's kind of an interesting matchup. Usually, people tend to not like playing Elfel into DP characters, because having a DP really helps you deal with her Rekka mix-ups in a way that other characters can't. So it's kind of interesting to see Yata pick Elfel into Soul, but now we're getting the character swap. This is actually the character I associate Drillsman with, is the Happy Chaos. I'm curious to see how this is going to play out for them. This is a matchup that I think is a bit difficult for Elfel to navigate in neutral, but, you know, Happy Chaos doesn't really have the DP or anything like Soul does, so when he gets caught on defense, it can be pretty bad for him.
I think it's like we see here right now for Reels, man. Being able to just get that momentum right away. And we also gotta see a little bit more cleanup here from Bad Moon Yata. I definitely feel like a lot of these routes are a little bit too dangerous to play around with. Like here, where you're gonna see that golden burst for positive bonus, and now it's just for Reels, man, actually trying to apply some pressure. But okay, we got a counter hit though from Yata.
Oh, gets the Pineberry cross up. One more hit. Oh, gets a throwbait with the Pineberry as well. Very nice from Yata. That is a very difficult move to deal with from Elfel. If you're not looking for it and ready to air throw her or whatever option you have, it can really wreak havoc on you. But right there, we see Reelsman ready with the anti-air this time. Gets the wall break for it.
We're seeing a lot of forward advancing moves here from Yata's side. Backdash to avoid the 2P. Oh, we got the air grab there. That's going to be another air grab.
Yep, there's the YRC. He does not want to deal with the Elfel pressure. I don't blame them, but here they are. They're stuck in the corner still. Against the burst, though. The last chance here. Oh, no focus. Has to use the super to get their focus back.
Okay, interesting movement usage here from Yata, trying to use Wild Assault to avoid as much as possible the gunshots, especially while cursed. There's another Wild Assault, the backdash though for Reelsy, man. Has to reload in the process. And we are just going to go for the curse ball setup and go back into focus.
It's a tap dust. Yes. It's looking pretty grim there for Reelsman, but they bring it back. I definitely do like that you pointed out Yata's movement, because they're playing very kind of squirmy, I think. And that can be kind of difficult to deal with if you're not used to fighting that playstyle. And now Yata's stuck in the corner dealing with the Happy Chaos pressure. We're talking about Alpha pressure the whole time, but Happy Chaos has pretty good offense himself.
Yeah, I do like what I'm seeing here from For Reals, man. It's doing the work right here. Again, with that curse ball setup and just straight up offense. But now we have a bit of stagger here from Yata. And that's going to be trying to use the shots. There's another throw. That's such a good setup there. The purple RC to save the day. Counter hit with the close slash. And that should be enough. No!
Oh, no,
we didn't go into it. No! But we still cleaned it up at the end. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I got the throw bait at the end. That could have been a simple combo into super, but, you know, ended up closing it out anyway. So, you know, harm no foul. I think we're seeing Reelsman get air thrown a lot by Yata right now. Yata going for these kind of late fireball setups, and Reelsman is jumping out of them but getting air thrown for their trouble. So maybe we need to see like a different defensive option on that end. And in general, I think we're seeing Yata really break out a lot of these pine berries. I want to see if Reelsman has some more answers to them. That move is actually really tricky to deal with. Even like Elfelt players like to use it defensively because she goes into the air so fast it ends up low crushing a lot of moves. So we actually saw Yata doing that a couple of times, so I'll see if Millsman adjusts to that.
A little bit of backdashes here and there from there. You know, something I was thinking about too is maybe like with the character that Elfel is, it's been a little bit harder to keep up with movement. Like, I feel like I've seen Bad Moon Yata have characters that have way better movement than Elfel does. So, like you mentioned, Squirmy, but it's like you're now limited by the character and how their backdashes work and whatnot. So this is pressure galore though from For Reals, man. Like, oh my god, as soon as I just like stopped talking, I'm like, this is non-stop pressure. What do you even do here?
Yeah, Yata was surviving, but you can only survive for so long. Millsman's gonna take the round. Has suspended burst pretty early in this round. And we're seeing a lot of drops on Millsman's side as well, and it's causing them to lose a lot of their concentration. He's putting them in various situations. Now we have offense for Yata against the cross-up Pineberry. And when Elfo gets going, it can just be a nightmare. She's just flipping all over the place, doing Rekkas everywhere, and it's a lot to focus on.
As the meme goes, you're getting mixed!
Yeah, I feel like we're seeing both players really utilizing backdashes. Oh, great air throw there. And it gets backfilled for the troubles. Goes for the mix. Oh, it doesn't block it though. There's going to be a lot of damage for Yata.
Yeah, that is quite a bit of damage. Very nicely done. The Blue RC gets the 2S. Has to reload though in between. Flight shimmies though from For Real Z-Man. That's been like I think the second or third time I've seen them try to shimmy Yata, and just Yata's not biting.
Very good timing.
Tried to bait it.
Hey, this is a chance for Reals, man. Hey, they got the knockdown. Great tech from Yata. Oh, they gotta make something happen. Oh, no bullets. This is gonna be tough. The PRC into the throw. Very nice from Yata. I like the movement. Understanding that Frailsman was out of bullets, didn't have a really way to, enforce like a steady aim or anything like that. They're just like, all right, you're out of resources. It's my turn now.
Yep. And I think that's one thing that Arxis has tried to really focus on for Happy Chaos is like, okay, this character still has resources. You just can't... I feel like from Season 1 Happy Chaos to now, resource management is a lot more important in this season versus previously, and that's one of those reasons why, right? We're seeing For Real Z-Man, like you mentioned, not being as clean, losing a lot of focus, and then of course not finding the right timing in some of these reloads. Risky more than anything.
Yeah, for sure. And it's impressive on Yata's perspective as well. It's like, it's one thing to know that these characters have the resources and you have to watch them, as another thing to be ready to capitalize on your opponent messing up their resource management. And if you're not doing that, then it doesn't really matter if they're messing it up, right? And gets knocked down, jumps out of the Pineberry. We're seeing a lot of these 1-4Ks from Yata as well. The Vital Expresses. Hey, that should be the round. Yup.
That air throw was also so good because it led to all of that going down from both pickups to being able to just finish out the full-on round there for Real Z-Man.
Yeah, for sure. Real-Z-Man finding their way out of the corner with the air dash. Yata wire seeing. Wire seeing can be quite a commitment because it does put you in meter penalty for a long time. Yata will not be building tension for quite a bit of this round here. Jumps the throw. Now we're back to building meter. Uses the deflect shield. No punish on the Rekka 2. That is punishable. Oh, it gets swift punish as well. Okay, so we're going on to match point for Yata.
It's going to be a real important round for both Yata to try to seal the deal here, and for Real Z-Man to try to survive against the onslaught. This is just insane pressure though from Yata. I love that routing, especially to use the dash cancel to keep For Real Z-Man in check. Some of these just blocks trying to save the day, but again, being able to just securely continue this Rekka where it is just non-stop. Deflect shield and the counter hit. Yata could not be stopped. And that is going to put them moving forward 3-1 over For Real Z-Man.
Yeah, we really saw the LFL pressure putting in a lot of work there at the end. Real Z-Man was letting Yata get away with a lot of Rekka pressure resets. You know, if she goes from like Rekka 2 back into Rekka 1, you can actually mash on it. But you know, you got to be ready for it. If you're not ready for it, you're going to be holding a lot more mix-ups than you would be otherwise. So Yata kind of saw that they weren't checking it, and they're like, all right, this is how I'm going to win then.
Yep. Absolutely. So with that being said, that's our first half SQ, and I feel like I saw such sweaty top 8 matches. It's crazy how just it was just the first 2 matches of our winners side.
Yeah, those are definitely 2 crazy matches to start off with. You know, I feel like we started off with like, you know, Domi versus Danny, a pretty like straightforward kind of match of Guilty Gear, and then with Yata and Filzy, man, I feel like they were just slugging it out. You know, they were moving all over the place. There's a lot of mobility at hand. But now we're moving on to the other side of the bracket. We're going to be going with Simpukai and hold on.
Uwabami.
Yes.
Yeah. And this is another strange matchup too. Testament and Johnny. I mean, for one thing, both of these characters have been like extra buffed this season.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, this is kind of like an interesting match because Testament is a character that you want to be able to dash block at them a lot. That's like one of the best ways of dealing with the character. Johnny can't do that. He can't block during his dash. He's one of the only characters that can. So it does make things a little trickier. You have to be more willing to lean on slightly riskier options. But Johnny is a character, you know, as we all know, he's very strong. He gets the offense started, and, you know, it can just be wrapped from there.
Hopefully this is the case there for Uwabami. Again, there's that dash up into the grab, strike throw. You gotta guess for your life in these situations. Like backdashes here and there. Trying to keep in check with Mistfinder.
Players have 50 meter. Oh, Uwabami choosing to use the wire C. Now they're down tension. This is gonna be a rough comeback. Yep, 5k check on Simukai's side. And that was a pretty close nail biter round 1, but the guy taking it. The players have to burst back now. Guy finding themselves stuck in the corner. Uwabami gonna get the ball break. It's a massive advantage. Johnny gonna have some meter to work with here. Yeah, Johnny, he can kind of struggle at neutral to move in on a character like this without meter. But once he has access to meter, it gives him tons of options from things like Vault PRC to using Joker tricks, fireballs. It gives him a lot of options when he has meter. So this is a matchup where, like, as Uwabami, you're actually really looking at your resources more than anything.
I was just gonna say that round was perfect for Uwabami. And now we're trying to figure out who gets that momentum once again. So it looks like Simpukai is going to be able to do some whips the Wild Assault in that situation, but we get another pickup to go into the overdrive and get Stain on right after this wall break.
Deal with the pressure here, blocking it out. It's the throw. That's going to close out game 1 for Simpukai. Very well played. Perfect, no less.
I love how we were talking about earlier momentum, right? And that's, I think, this matchup is another case of that, where you're seeing how, like, Simpukai started off in that first round, just nonstop momentum. You need to be able to dash block to get in on Testament. Now, Johnny's not that character to do that. But then we also saw where Uwabami was able to just pick it up right immediately and get insane amount of damage inside that second round. And once again, Simpukai just picking it up. And here's another case of that where it's really like hard to actually fight back and regain that momentum and essentially grab the wheel back and take charge.
Yeah, for sure. Both of these characters can have trouble kind of getting out of the other character's offense. And it's not even like the characters are doing a lot of crazy mix-ups, at least on the side of Testament. It's more so the characters just kind of put you in a box. They don't let you leave.
Like right here, where we're seeing Uwabami keep in check with both cards and Misfire. And the quick RC also pick it up and seal the deal for the first round.
Very well played from Uwabami. Seeing a lot of 2Ks come out from Simpukai as well. Testament 2K is very good against Johnny because it low profiles Johnny's Smart Slash, and it's just a great way to try to check any type of input movement on Johnny's side. Oh, it's a cash up counter close slash. This should be a wall break.
Okay, nice. And oh my god, it's moving! Again, with Testament being such low guts, what's gonna happen there? I want to say it's like about 6 50% life just gone.
Oh, very nice. You can see RC to take the burst as well. Oh, that was a very dominant game too from Uwabami. Definitely firing back.
I loved it. Again, you know, we Guilty Gear is such a momentous game that you have to be on your P's and Q's, especially with players so strong like Simfukai and Uwabami. I love also too, once again, movement is such a key for Johnny. The backdashes have been so clutch against some of Testament's slower buttons, where we're seeing Simfukai again. Yes, using 2K, yes, using 5K, but having to rely on some of these more far-reaching normals that are way slower and still unable to catch Uwabami in these situations.
Yeah, for sure. And like a big thing about this matchup too is like for Testament, they're kind of gonna win through, death by 1,000 cuts essentially. Whereas Johnny has a little bit more of that explosive factor to him as a character. So Simfukai, they're never gonna be out of the woods until it's really over. You can't really, make things that are looking really clean for Simfukai because Johnny has really big comeback factor.
Unfortunately, was still in their stance, so wasn't going to be able to block the overdrive from Simfukai, and Simfukai takes it for the first round.
On a hit, forces the burst out of Simfukai. You can see Simfukai really trying to get some succubus on the screen, that way they can get the throw out and put Stain on Johnny. Stain is like, that's the way that Testament's going to get a lot of rewards from their games. Otherwise, they tend to not get massive rewards from a lot of their tags that they'll get in neutral. They really need to get that succubus and then get the Stain state on somebody to get rewarded. I'm trying to go for an unburstable combo. A very nice punish on the Mistfinder as well. Okay, taking game 3. Mistfinder is such a funny move. It's minus 15, I believe, or maybe slightly less minus. I don't remember, but it's punishable. But it's a move that you don't see people punish most of the time, and that's actually because Mistfinder is a unique move in that it has uniquely low amount of hit stop, meaning you don't actually have much time to process the fact that you blocked it. So even though it's technically a very punishable move, you're not going to see people punishing it most of the time. But we did see Simfukai punishing.
Yeah, reactions, right? It's not even about it. It's very very hard to see and respond accordingly if you're not labbing or playing against a lot of Johnnies to get the muscle memory here. But I believe right now, I think we just had a slight disconnect from our players, so they're going to be coming back into the lobby. I think it was Uwabami that might have accidentally left. But yeah, like you mentioned, again, it comes down to just how Testament's using their stain state. Really big change too, right? Was from the grab. Remembering kind of like now here in this recent season, it's been more about being able to actually pick up a lot more with it and helps Testament's offense in that sense.
Yeah, for sure. Testament back in the day was never a character really known for having strong offense. They always had like pretty good neutral, but like when it came to offense, they were relatively fair compared to other characters. I think over the last couple of patches, they've done a lot of things to really make the character's offense shine. And while they're still not the cheapest character out there, they definitely have some stuff now, and that can make them very threatening. If you do find yourself stuck in the corner against Testament, it can be a very spooky situation, especially with that Stain State buff you're talking about. They can actually combo off their throw now if the opponent is in Stain State, which is not a common thing in this game. Characters usually can't combo off their throw unless they have 50 meter for the Roman cancel. So that is very strong for Testament for sure. It makes them a lot scarier to fight.
I always laugh because I remember back when season 1 characters are still being revealed. I was like, I want Testament, and I just remember hearing all of the Guilty Gear old heads being like, "You don't want Testament. You don't want that. Don't ask for that." And then right when Evo, I think it was Evo, happened, I was like, aha! I was right. And then, it just happened. But it looks like we got our players back in as they're going to be checking out, making sure that everything's good to go. And once again, Uwabami still on the Johnny, as we see Simfukai also back on that Testament. And let's see how it can go. Like we mentioned, Simfukai right now 2-1 over Uwabami, but great counter hit here. Gonna force Simfukai to use that burst.
We see Obami trying to force a situation with the vault there. It's going to be one of Johnny's main ways of getting in. Now we have the very threatening corner pressure for Obami here. A lot of meter to work with. You're stuck in the corner. You got a card on top of you. It's going to take a miracle to get out of this. That's going to be the round for Uwabami.
The miracle was the Jade. It was not for Sifukai, it was for Uwabami.
For sure. You know, Johnny, you get so focused on blocking the high-low, and you forget that he can just throw you a bunch as well.
Mm-hmm.
We're seeing that come out for Obama here. A lot of throws. Oh, and you know, look right there, it catches Sifukai probably trying to jump out of the throw attempt with the 2D, and is going to get a super wall break. Very clean round right now for Uwabami. We might be going to a game 5. We'll see. This fighter gets the hit though. There's the ball, nice finish.
The teleport read from Uwabami, and we got the back throw to clean it up. You were right. We're going in game 5, SQ.
Yeah, and you know, that was a very fast game 4, right? And as Simpukai, you have to not let it get to you. You have to just be like, all right, you know, they got me this time. It happens. Guilty Gear is a very offensively focused game. Sometimes you just get ran over. So hopefully, you know, for Simpukai, they're not thinking about it too hard. It's like, all right, yeah, I'm just gonna go in. It's a new game, fresh mindset.
Going into this against, especially like a character like Johnny, what's something that you would say just would help you out in this situation when you're getting kind of like runned over, like you mentioned?
I think in this type of situation, as Simpukai, you're really just trying to focus on like stabilizing the match, right? Like you win in neutral, that's like what your character wants to do. So you're really trying to slow down the pace of the game as much as you can, but there's only so much you can do, and we see Uwabami here with amazing corner pressure, trying to take the burst, doesn't come from Simpukai. This is still winnable. Very nice call out on the card from Simpukai. Gets out of the corner, great teleport. And I think the succubus was behind Uwabami. And had to block a mix-up here and gets thrown again. Uwabami on match point.
I absolutely can see what you're saying about how Simpukai really needs to kind of neutralize this match, because right now Uwabami's not letting that happen whatsoever, and it has been a struggle to just regain back the neutral and form some form of pressure here that is very similar to what we were seeing earlier on before. But now these challenges and into the overdrive after the clash, and now it's back to card set up into the quick overhead and back with some of these far-reaching checks. The wild assault card set up once again. And right now it's all that Simpukai can do right here to try to bring back some form of momentum.
This is tough. Obama has meter to work with as well. That should be the round, and that should be the game. Uwabami gonna take it 3-2 over Simpukai. You know, I definitely understand that taking the throw is, you know, that's what you want to do in the fighting game. Usually it's a lower risk thing, but there were a lot of throws coming out from Uwabami, and I think Simpukai just needed to get a read on that, but it's easier said than done. So Uwabami's gonna end up taking it. Very close set.
Yeah, that one, especially, I would say like the last two felt like scrapping between the two. And again, it goes back to what you mentioned earlier. You know, you have to just reestablish yourself, and it's a lot easier said than done, right? Like when you go through such a rush down from Johnny, and you're not able to pick up like you were before, you have this low health character, or rather low guts character in this case for Testament, and like we kind of been mentioning before, some of Testament's buttons, they have a lot of really good or rather good for Johnny, bad for Testament hitboxes that allow a lot of these clashes to happen, which we were seeing quite often was the case. Also, Mistfinder being able to challenge Testament's projectile is a huge game changer, and testament, no pun intended, of how good those changes for Johnny have been these last couple of patches.
Yeah, for sure. I really like the awareness from Uwabami actually to use like reversal Mistfinder during Simfukai's block strings to disrespect some of the fireballs or crows or whatever that was coming out. So that was a lot of good matchup knowledge from Uwabami for sure. I know it's a matchup that like some Johnny players don't like playing, but usually when there's a matchup you don't like playing, that's like the type of matchup that you you play the most because you want to get better at it, right? But now we're going to be moving on to the last of this first round of matches, which is going to be GC Yoshi versus Dende. We have Bedman versus Zato.
I'm gonna be honest, I've never seen this matchup before. It's just so rare. It's rare for one to see a Bedman, and it's even more rare to see Zato players still out in the wilds.
That is true. I definitely mostly associate Dende with like, Happy Chaos, but they definitely do have Zato as well. And interestingly enough, from what I've gathered, this is like one of the matchups that Zato players say isn't that bad. There's a lot of Zato Doomers out there. He loses every matchup. But I've actually heard this is like one of the few matchups that's like fine for him. I'm curious to see how this is going to play out. And also, Zato is at this point a very rare character. He's basically a unicorn. I'm curious how experienced GC Yoshi is as well.
I think doing a great job so far right now, keeping the pressure. I don't think I even see Eddie, not even once, and that Dende's been trying to summon here. There's a 2K2D plus the cancels on the errors, and there's the fast RC. You don't even get a chance to burst. It was just a straight up non-stop pressure. You got locked out of it.
Yeah, that was just all GC Yoshi. I feel like that was just all offense from GC Yoshi. You know, he got started and he just kind of ran with it. You know, Bedman has JS, and Bedman JS is one of the best air buttons in the entire game ever since they gave it the vacuum property that they did. And Zato players tend to like to be airborne, so I think that was going to spell a lot of issues for Dende, and maybe they saw that as well, which is why they're swapping to the Happy Chaos now.
I would too, honestly. You didn't even get a chance to play the game. Let's see if there's a little bit of fair better here, and it is with the jump key able to pick up for Dende.
Yeah, this is a matchup that's like pretty interesting, actually. I think it's a pretty fun matchup to watch and see how both characters interact with each other. A big thing for Bedman in this matchup is he has a lot of health. They gave him a massive defense modifier buff in Season 4. And that's really nice against Happy Chaos, because Happy Chaos doesn't do that much damage. So when you're a high health character like this, you can get hit a lot and survive, right? And in that process, get a lot of meter to work with, a lot of burst gauge to work with. Bedman also, notably, he has a very good crouching 5-frame move in his PP, which is very nice for dealing with Happy Chaos' strike throw offense. So, Bedman actually has a lot of things to work with in this matchup that you might not initially expect. And then, you know, Bedman offense is very strong, as we all know, so... Gets put in the corner, though. Oh, gets a counter GG! I think this is the round.
I definitely think so. Yep, with that overdrive should seal the deal. I also felt Dende was really trying hard not to use burst in that situation. But between the pressure and then also just getting reset, like, kind of have to do it, and you still weren't able to seal that round. So now we're back here just halfway for that burst gauge to be full. And a lot of tension just being used on the faultless defense to keep Dende safe. Finally, 2K2D into some shots. Now we're building up all that tension again.
Yeah, for sure. You can see how a lot of these hits from Dende are actually not doing that much damage. And if you look at GC Yoshi's resources, like, you know, they're at full burst, they have 100 tension. This is the type of thing that's actually kind of difficult for Happy Chaos to play around, because it means that, like, you can't kill Bedman without him getting all these resources to work with. You're going to have to deal with this 100-meter Bedman every single round, win or lose. And that can be very tough to deal with because it gives the opponent so many options. We see GC Yoshi really abusing that fact, getting the super wall break here, looking to try to close out game 2. But then they still has burst to work with, not going to get to use it though, gets clipped by the empty 2K2D.
I am just upset. I'm just upset. That was such a Bedman round that's like, it's hard not to be like, I'm just going to put down the controller, and I'm just gonna wait here until Bedman stops doing Bedman things.
Yeah, you know, Bedman is also not super common of a character, at least at high level play. You know, there aren't a lot of people of GC Yoshi's caliber. It can be pretty tough to have that experience. And as far as I know, Dende hasn't been playing super much lately, so it might not be super practiced in this matchup either. And Bedman is a character where, if you're not fully aware of everything going on, he's going to get away with a lot of things.
I think the biggest thing here too is, and you said this in the last game as well, the damage is not being equal in this situation, right? Like Yoshi is able to just pump out a ton of damage thanks to all the resources being built, but Dende has to continuously, like, a death by 1,000 paper cuts in this case for Happy Chaos. And you know, we finally got that wall break, but look how much it costed and took for Dende to try to do so.
Yeah, exactly. And you know, that round was still very winnable for GCYoshi if he did, you know, survive the onslaught there. But now he has Dende in the corner. Great hair throw. That was crazy reaction from Dende. Gonna get a knockdown here. Gonna get to play the game a bit. We're gonna get a wall break unless GCYoshi chooses to burst. Nope, wants to save it. But you know, again, look at those resources. GCYoshi almost 100 tension, full burst gauge. You're gonna have to deal with this as Dende. You have to bait YRC, bait the super, bait the burst, something. Oh, and
Interesting
we got the
choice.
super. Oh.
This is exactly why, yes! That install is so good for Bedman, because now you get access to a wider range hitbox of a lightning. And like you saw there, Dende trying to jump out of it and avoid it, and it just auto-tracked immediately, and you got wall broken for it.
Yep, for sure. That Batman install is frankly actually one of the best supers in the game. A lot of people don't talk about it, but especially in the latest version of the game, it is very strong. Yoshi though, finding themselves stuck in the corner here. They get a super wall break for Dende. The meter to work with, but doesn't have much concentration, so we might see them pop the super here just to come back.
Yep.
That's going to be the round. Okay, so we're seeing some life from Dende now.
I saw a lot more comfortability for Dende, which is great. And I also just saw right there, like you mentioned, a little bit more awareness on the meter resources. And you kind of have to, for Happy Chaos, like double. It's not just looking at Batman or going through the routes and then you reload and focus and you do your standard BMB and you're good to go. Today for Batman against Batman, it's like, no, you've got to be able to secure those kills, and if you don't have that focus, bring it back up immediately. Get reload immediately before you have to deal with the pressure again.
Yeah, especially because, you know, you're not killing Bedman very quickly, so you need to be on top of your resources constantly because you're going to be hitting him a lot. You got to make sure you're stabilizing your resources for mix-ups, and just as we say that, Dende without bullets here does find time to get one reloaded. Gets the wall break with the steady aim. This is a good break, but GCYoshi at 50 meter. SM burst to work with as well. Gets the JS confirm into the knockdown. Dende with 100 meter themselves. Gets the air to air.
Oof.
Okay, another knockdown for GCYoshi.
The purple RC to help with the 2Q2B. There's the jump counter hit, but the burst on GCYoshi's side. The deflect shield, it didn't hit in, so that was a throw in the OTG to finish it out.
Yeah, I like what Dende tried there. They actually tried to use deflect shield to cancel their landing recovery. That is something that you can do when you land with deflect shield. You have no landing recovery. And they tried to use that there to take advantage of it, but it didn't quite work out. And now they're on offense, gonna try to get that burst gauge back with this positive bonus from the ball break.
That is still a bar. We're gonna actually use blue RC to slow down GCYoshi here. There's the tap dust into the shots. We're gonna get the wall slump. Be
Still
locked
can't
out of
kill,
the
though.
burst, yeah.
That's going to be the round. So you kind of see there that like Dende's answer to the fact that they're not going to kill Bedman anytime soon is like, okay, I'm just going to ball slump you the entire time. You know, like, yeah, I'm going to have to hit you a bunch of times, but Happy Chaos offense is strong enough to do it, so whatever, I'm keeping you here. We got a ball break for them.
Oh boy.
Very nice pick up GCYoshi. Dende choosing to YRC. Oh, gets back thrown for their troubles though. This can be spooky.
That jump H is so good for the multiple hits, and like you mentioned, the mix-up there. The burst didn't push back Yoshi! we're able to block in time, and GC Yoshi taking it against Dende 3-1.
You know, I really appreciate GC Yoshi whiffing Gold Burst during their combo there, just because they could, you know, just because they could do it. They decided to whiff Gold Burst in their combo. I really appreciate that. Very well played from GC Yoshi, you know, just showing what the Bedman could do. You know, not a common character, like I said, that we see these days, but GC Yoshi, he likes to pop up in these online tournaments every now and then and remind people, you know, Bedman, he's pretty good this version.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Very good. I mean, I feel like, again, last two patches just helped that Batman immensely. I've always also said to you that Batman has always been a character that has just done, it's just a very special character, requires a lot of skill. But you know what also requires a lot of skill? Us commentating SQ. So we're going to take a real quick break, just 5-minute break. Don't go anywhere. Grab your waters, grab your snacks, because we got plenty of more action here for our West Coast side of the FlyQuest 5 series, number 43 ladder.
Yep, exactly. We'll see you guys soon.
I'm the best of all time, baby. Let's hear it. You're so good. How are you so good?
I love you, Jake.
GG's.
For new players, I would probably recommend Braum for how easy it is to just swing and attack. If you like just being like a big, reliable like support or like tank type of player, I think Braum does that for you. I also think that his moves are pretty big, pretty swingy, can hit from pretty far away. So you don't have to worry too much about movement. That's like the big thing with Braum. You know, just get in there and just hit them and just protect your friend.
Punk the God, Evo Champ. What's up with you,
How you doing, bro?
You ready for this season?
Yeah, I'm excited. I'm very excited, actually.
So what exactly is your thought process when putting these teams together?
It's just people I see work hard, and this year I feel very just good coming here. Like, usually I don't feel like this. I feel good, but I feel like we're a little bit maybe a sleeper pick this year. Maybe, you know, I just know my teammates are they're gonna come here and really show everyone why I put them on the team.
I think being a team in this format is very different because, like, obviously it's a very one-on-one type of game. For one, I think you have to have a lot of like styles that complement each other, and also you have like people that can fit a certain role.
So it's going to be like a point-based system. So there's going to be a captain match that's going to be worth 20 points. And then there's like a player B, player C match, which are going to be worth 10 points respectively. Also player A plays player A, player B plays player B, plays player C plays player C. We have one reserve spot for anyone who wants to sit out for that match, whether it be a bad matchup or a personal player matchup. Every team is going to be playing each other twice, one home, one away.
Let's go!
combos. We need straight combos. Everything needs to do at least 50% and then land into a mix-up. We need mix-ups too. New players should play Echo because, as I mentioned before, we need a mix, right? And there's almost no better character to mix than Echo. And it's pretty easy too. Everything needs to be a 50-50. You can't have anything less. No 49s or 51s. Then you gotta get them assist calls. Assist calls. After that, nothing else.
For new players, I recommend Ari because you play a game like this because you want to finesse. You want to move. You don't want to just do things without purpose. Anti-air is as simple as it gets. I kept it extremely simple, but I mean, you can go a long way with just those. And this character is so elegant, so smooth, that you just want to dance when you play it. And this is the character I recommend.
This is my first Verdugo. The people are extremely trained. There's 2 TOs walking back and forth, and the system is, if I call your name, raise your hand and walk towards the TO, everyone here gets it. I also got added to the bracket, and I'm the 11th seed. What the fuck is up with that? But yeah.
My name is David, also known as Schmoop, and I am the stream producer and co-TO here at Verdugo. Definitely surreal to see this many people.
Ray, easy combo, keep it simple. Look at that.
And there's like so many different things that you could talk about.
We're gonna make a shitty f***ing tier list. Best way to live his life.
Oh my god, pump the god, FlyQuest over! Champion! Let's go, pump the god right there.
Welcome back to another amazing set of matches here at FlyQuest Fight Series number 43. My name's Saki. I'm here joined by the amazing SQ. I cannot stop highlighting the fact that SQ, that you're the ultimate commentator. Like, I hope you understand that you can wear, or you can like boast whatever feels more comfortable to you, that you are the true commentator of commentators. Because not only did you place in the top 8 bracket for East, but you almost won East, and now you're here with me commentating West Side.
I do appreciate it. It was definitely an interesting experience. You know, as soon as double grand finals, I was streaming. I was just like, all right, chat, thank you all, but I gotta go commentate now, so I'll see y'all later. Streaming! It was a very interesting experience, but now here we are back with the West Coast bracket. We had the first round of our winner side matches. I believe we're playing the loser side matches off stream, or had already played them, I should say. And we're going to be continuing on with winners now.
Yes, we are. And, you know, these matches have just been so hype, so sweaty, that we can't show them all because they've just been so good, everyone. But we have the return of Danielle Maza versus Bad Moon Yada. I'm curious if I think we are going to see the Elfelt here.
Yeah, it looks like it. That's interesting to me. Elfelt versus Kai could be kind of tricky. It's really hard for Elfelt to kind of work around some of Kai's neutral tools. And then, you know, Kai, obviously, again, he has that DP. Having a DP, just night and day difference when you're dealing with Elfelt's offense and what she wants to do. But it's not anything you can't work around, you know? So I'm curious to see what Yata's going to bring to the table.
I'm sorry.
I don't know. I don't know what that hit, but...
Oh my god! But hey, Bad Moon Yada's recovering. That's all that matters.
Okay, gets the DP there. Oh, that's going to be a safe 5k from Danny. That's going to be blocked. That should be the round for them. Goes with the Vapor Thrust. So the Fude are going to take round 1.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to mention from Yata's side, I'm seeing a lot of hits from Yata that could be leading to a lot more reward. And we might be seeing that kind of unfamiliarity with the UL health. Because I'm not super familiar with how often they've been playing the character in this version of the game. They are definitely leaving a lot of damage on the table from some of these hits, and that might come back to bite them, but we'll see.
And I do think I remember talking about this a little bit. The block on the burst fate there from Danny. Danny, again, just reading on another level. But I want to follow up on a point that you actually just made that I agree 100% with you. And I think that this is where, you know, it worked. It led to a lot of slugfests for Bad Moon Yada in their previous match. This is Danny. you cannot be playing as risque as you would like to. So you either gotta clean up and land those shots and dish out the damage that you need to, or be ready to basically just play the risk of your strike throw and your setup here, and then try not to think too much about it, or keep it as safe as possible.
Yeah, for sure. You know, playing in a slugfest with Danny is just not what you want to do. He is honestly the GOAT in those situations. He is so good at scrambles and, you know, those situations where you don't get a lot of time to think about what's happening, you just gotta kind of react. If you're dropping a lot of combos or just putting yourself in scrambles all the time against Danny of all people, it's not gonna look very good for you, I don't think.
Hey, there we go.
Oh,
That's a big pickup and a good call out too, whereas it was a mistake for Danny to jump in there. It just blocks the Rekka. It's gonna be able to land. And we got the setup for the Choco Bombs.
Yep, we got the bomb vest on. This is where Elfelt shines, truly. Oh, Danny survives it though. Oh, I couldn't block it out though. You can only block for so long. Oh, for a setup. I've never seen that setup before. I don't even know what pulled them out of the corner. That was very cute. I like that.
I like it too. It's one for clipping and then to be like, okay, how did this work?
Yeah, I'm actually gonna have to go back and look at that because I do not know what happened. But Danny picking up the wall break here, gonna get the positive bonus going back to neutral. Oh, great jump around the fireball, getting the punish. Okay, another wall break for Danny. This is great for Danny because he's just getting his burst back this entire time. Right here. Oh, kind of a weird situation with that. There was a lot of momentum there on that combo.
I think it caught Bam Miata just a little bit off guard there. Shock Snake now applied, and here it goes. Wild Assault. This could be the wall break thanks to the lighting. Lightning. I don't know where lighting came from, but lightning.
Hey, blocking it out. And I have to do a lot to make a comeback here for Yata. Oh, gets caught by the Vapor Thrust and the optimal conversion from Danny. Just ready to immediately go into the Vapor Thrust with the Shock State. Great awareness from Danny, closing it out. 2 quick games on Danny's part. Curious to see what Yata's going to do here. I don't know if they're committed to just sticking it out with Elfelt this bracket. Maybe we'll see the Slayer come back, or maybe they just have some, plans for adjustment.
I would like to ask you a question here, SQ, because I think one of the biggest things I saw there was the charged projectile from Danny, right in the face of Elfelt, and then Bami Yata tried to jump over. I don't think a 6P would have been able to catch Danny in that situation because there was previous shock state, right?
Yeah, it's actually kind of awkward for Elfelt to deal with the charged Sun Edge from Kai. Because her jump-ins aren't the best for like jumping in and hitting the opponent usually. Kai's Heavy Sun Edge also has less recovery than you might expect. And her buttons aren't disjointed enough to just like swat him through it either. So it's actually kind of a tricky situation for Elfelt to deal with. And right here we have Danny just obliterating Elfelt's Elfar. What did she do to you, man? That wasn't necessary.
I get it. It's Kai. That's why. There's just nothing else I can say but Kai things. But thank you so much for the explanation, because I think that's like one thing too that a lot of people can be just like, oh, just 6P it, but in this case, this is a matchup that's very difficult for Elfelt in these situations.
Yeah, she is very not equipped to deal with Heavy Sun Edge, surprisingly. And we'll definitely see Danny abusing it, I'm sure. I guess the force. I got the first out from Danny, but we'll go to the dragon install. Oh, big combo!
I'm so mad that comboed.
I'm gonna be honest. I've played this game since launch. I didn't know he could combo after dragon install. I've actually literally never seen that in my entire time playing this game. I never saw someone combo. So, thank you, Danny. Thank you for showing me something new today.
Danny, you're lucky I like you as a player, because if it was for your character, I don't think we could be friends. Because that will definitely make me angry. I don't know. I feel like I just keep asking for Kai nerfs. That's all I'll keep asking for, and hope I get more Anji buffs. That's all I can ask for at this point.
You know, I can support at least one of those things. I can support the Kai nerfs. You know what? One of my pet peeves is people always talk about the meme of Dragon and Sol into lose is a true combo. You know, every time Kai pops Dragon and Sol, he loses, and for some people it has them thinking that Dragon and Sol is like a bad move. It's not. Kai and Dragon and Sol is messed up. He is a insanely powerful character. The only reason you see him lose is because he has to be low life to use the super. The super is so broken that they had to balance it by only letting him do it when he's low health. Whenever I see people talk about, oh, DI into lose, or, you know, DI isn't that good, it's like, no, it's actually insane. They had to balance it this way.
Absolutely, you're absolutely correct there. But that is going to be Danny now in winners finals. Up next, we got Uwabami versus GC Yoshi. Now, we saw such a big pickup in the last rounds for Uwabami against Sifukai. I'm very curious to see how they'll handle GC Yoshi, who's been on such a tear with Bedman.
Yeah, I'm curious how this one's going to go. I don't think I've seen this matchup much. I feel like Johnny should have some trouble kind of getting through the Bedman projectiles in neutral. But at the same time, Bedman is a character who probably is not going to be very good at approaching Johnny. So I kind of imagine whoever gets a life lead first is going to be sitting pretty in this matchup, but we'll see.
I'm wondering too, because we talked a little bit about Johnny's damage, but before we go even into that, that's going to be a good counter hit here for GC Yoshi, who's going to be able to just corner to corner, coast to coast in this situation, but not enough to lock it in.
Got the error coming out. Going to be some pressure for GC Yoshi. Oh, a bit of a error there, I think, as well. Not the Bedman type of error, but an actual error. Get the wall break. I don't think it's enough. Yeah, Johnny is a very tanky boy. Gonna survive that one.
Was that
a lot
like
of chip damage?
that was into install into overdrive too right afterwards? But it is on the side of GC Yoshi that takes out Uwabami in this first round.
Yeah, I think GC Yoshi went for the insult before the wall break because he was going to plan on probably chipping out Uwabami, which is what we saw there. Taking round number 1. Oh, gets the throw bait on Uwabami. Okay, Uwabami with the ball break here. With the ball, it's going to be a 50-50. Didn't block high. Loses the burst. Thinks they can win the round.
Okay, there's that jump age, and we're going to convert it right off into the air move, as well as get the wall break here for GC Yoshi. That's going to even up the health very nicely, too, with the positive bonus. Also on the side, the flawless defense to get you on the ground a little bit faster. But the jump came from Uwabami into the full overdrive for the I think that was the king card, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep. And chooses the YRC. Oh, doesn't bite on the throw bait. The defense from Uwabami, and it's going to seal the round, bringing us one apiece. Very good defense from Uwabami there. Okay, some early pressure. Oh, GC Yoshi doesn't have first quite yet. Gonna have to deal with the mix-up from Johnny here. Oh, it's gonna get wall broken by the super. This is a very nice situation for Uwabami.
That's going to be a safe jump led for Uwabami. And again, locking in the tap dust with the red RC, forcing GC Yoshi to burst. The card landing misfire. And again, all of this to just keep you in check. Wait, not getting the red call.
Oh, the 6B, great block. It's counter hit by the frame trap low slash. And that was a crazy game one. Gotta say. You know, I really like seeing how GC Yoshi is really trying to use Bedman's air movement to the best of their ability. They just kind of weep around Johnny, who can't really move super well on the ground. We're seeing a lot of very particular air movements from GC Yoshi to try to get around some of the stuff, which is very fun to see. I think that's a trait that GC Yoshi definitely has from regular days. And it really shows in this game as well, which is fun.
Wild Assault. Yep. We're going to be able to break the wall. Also get another card. Overdrive. And that is going to be a safe jump back right in. And you know, you said it earlier, locking in. This is where you're going to be seeing the scary parts of Johnny. Very much so. Oh, okay, I like that little cute reset, the American reset to allow Uwabami to get the counter hit right after.
Yep, and that's going to give them another round here on the board. GCOC trying to fire back though. I'm not seeing very much pressure from GCOC this set, I don't think. Mostly Uwabami's been dealing with it whenever it does come up. A great air though. Amazing pickup with the JS into a full combo. 2P to check the air dash, I like it. And that's gonna be a hard knockdown. Another hard knockdown, another one. Okay. Oh, it doesn't convert though. Okay, 50-50. Now chooses the burst. Wants out. Great movement, like I was just saying. Fantastic movement around Johnny on the ground. Now we're gonna get the install. Break the wall. Hey, her knockdown.
Oh my gosh! I was gonna say, I like the idea, I like the attempt. However, it was just not gonna be enough there. The vortex again.
I think if they did the other super, it would have worked because it would have gone through the projectile, but not the timeline we're in. Oh, good vault. Knock the man back down to the ground. Oh, here's that patented Uwabami strike throw that we've been seeing a lot. Oh, goes for it again. I'm telling you, everyone's focused on the high-low. They're not ready to deal with the strike throw.
That misfire. I saw the edges of that hitbox not being able to land on GCOC, but we're still locked in this corner right now as GCOC struggles to deal with some of these high-lows. And the misfire for the wall break.
Barely. Oh, the misfire air to air. Gonna put Uwabami up 2-0. Yeah, we are seeing some good defense there, but you can only block so many 50-50. You know, when Johnny's on you with the cards and 100 meter, you need to pick a god and pray, and it only did so much for GCOC there. And, you know, I'm not even really sure what's going wrong so much in these sets. I feel like GCOC's like moving around pretty well, keeping things pretty even. I feel like Uwabami's just making their offense matter so much more than GCOC is, so they're getting their turns. It's really adding up.
I think you phrased that so perfectly too. It's the offense that's adding up, right? Like, you know, you're seeing GCOC be comfortable in terms of defense where you're able to keep up with the 50-50s. Uwabami though, just getting these aggressiveness, like look at this, gold burst, and then immediately we're already going into these overdrive situations. The wall shatter is already in play. Safe jump, and you're back in this overhead mix thanks to the misfire plus that red RC, and it's just keeping yourself locked in. Whereas GCOC has done a little bit of that offense, but not enough of a reward where it makes sense here. And again, Uwabami going for another overdrive. That's gonna kill.
I think a big thing here too is Uwabami is finding tons of gaps and stuff in GCOC's pressure. And a lot of their attempts to mash out or gold burst or backdash, they've all worked. Meanwhile, GCOC, I feel like almost every time I've seen them attempt to mash out, it's been met with a counter hit. But we do have some offense again. Let's see what we can do here. Johnny the 100 meter though. GCOC choosing just to RC and take the wall break. Doesn't want to deal with the 100 meter. Just wants to go back to neutral. Oh, great movements!
That was like a double jump too there from GCOC, and we're just gonna go straight into that overdrive. Not gonna even, or rather, no, sorry, install. What a risk to go in there, especially with the burst still in play here. But chip out situation. Actually, no, that was an actual hit there, thanks to the air follow.
Yep, I kind of like GCOC going for a little bit of a greed there, because I actually let them get a little bit of their burst back. Maybe they've already used it, but getting a little bit of your burst back there could make a big difference. But now we're going through the wall. This could be it for GCOC, unless they can survive this Johnny offense. Oh, gets caught by the double overhead. Oh. Okay, here's a chance to get the knockdown. They need to make this pressure work. It just hasn't been, though, for them. You see, yeah, Obami always finding a way out and finding the direct answer. This is going to be a 50-50 for game. Oh! It's out of the corner.
Oh my
great
gosh.
counter hit, JS.
Misfighter. Oh, the way that GC Yoshi and Uwabami are scrapping right now to just try, but the burst just in time before Uwabami can set up for a first bait. The Misfighter delay, though.
I love how Obami just sat there and stared at them like, move. I dare you. I dare you to move. As soon as GC Yoshi's like, oh, they're not going to throw it. They're not going to throw a Misfighter. Misfighter.
Yep. That's like that mind game, you know? And I feel as this player as skilled as you are, what goes through your mind when you see a situation like that?
You know, I think a situation like that, it's really tough because as GC Yoshi, you have a sliver of life, right? And you want to stay in winners, right? That's just what you want to do. It's a tournament. You want to stay in winners. And like, you're fighting these two urges of like, okay, I want to stay alive, but also I need to do something so I can get on offense and make a comeback happen. So when you're in a situation like that with them just holding Misfighter, your brain's almost like, okay, I could just sit here and block it, or I could try to jump over it and hit them and take my turn. And Uwabami just timed the Misfighter perfectly to shut that down.
Yep.
Very, very good defense on Uwabami's side that set. I really think that was the takeaway from them and why they're able to take it today.
Okay. But thank you so much for that insight. I've always wondered, and I'm so happy again that you're here to kind of provide a little bit more of a, I would say, definitely insight for some of those situations, because I feel like as viewers and also even as from a commentary perspective, it's really hard to just be like, oh, they could have just pressed, or oh wow, that stare down. But you don't necessarily get to translate why that stare down is necessarily happen. And in this in that situation, that's like a great way to like showcase, hey, again, you're in this like mind vortex bubble setup where like GC Yoshi is trying to struggle here and stay alive, whereas Uwabami again has all the hands on those cards and ready to like unleash them and set the traps basically. But up next we got Bad Moon Yada versus Simfukai, Elfelt versus Testament. We're diving in.
Yep, this is a pretty fun matchup, I think. I spent a lot of time playing Elfelt, and this is a matchup I actually like a lot. I think it's very fun to use Elfelt's tools to kind of navigate around what to do. And then, you know, her reward once she gets in on Testament is you get to have a field day. So it's a very kind of cat and mouse type of game. Elfelt's trying to use her good movement speed and things like her Pine Berry to go over Testament projectiles. And then as Testament, you're trying to use those better buttons that you have. Specifically, Testament 2K is very good against Elfelt because they're 2K low profiles. Elfelt tends to struggle against low profile moves. But right now, Yata's not struggling quite at all, getting the wall break. Simfukai does have the water tension to work with. This is too tricky. Oh my goodness, the counter hit is going to close out the first round. Yata.
Nicely done there. And like you mentioned before, right, it's some of these buttons that have been working well. That was so good there from Yata, just to basically literally be in the air and avoid the entire far slash. The burst bait to Simfukai getting red, but the Choco Bombs whiff!
Oh yes, with the bomb vest. It does not hit that high actually. You can whiff it in moments like that. It's okay. You know, Yata keeping the corner still, keeping up the momentum, and closes out anyways. Yeah, that could have been a little bit of a crisis, but we stabilized, so you know, something I really like that round. A lot of what that round started from was Yata doing the Pine Berry, the 2-1-4 age. Like I said before when we were watching Yata, Elfelt doing that actually low crushes a lot of moves. But not just low crushes, frankly she like mid crushes a lot of moves. Things like Testament Far Slash are just... Elfelt loves those types of moves because they're moves that she can Pine Berry over, and her Pine Berry is such a good starter for her. So, and also Elfelt has a fantastic 6P for dealing with hitting moves like that. So you got to be very careful as Testament trying to use things like your Far Slash or your 5K, because Elfelt players love using their moves to go over those things.
And got a little too cheeky there towards the end with that purple RC. So this is good pickup here for Sufukai. It's going to be able to get the launcher thanks to that throw stain state. We're going into Succubi. Get some extra damage, and you are still back with that stain state on the next screen over. Positive plus frames, but Amunyata's not giving up there. Again, goes the Pineberry burst from Simfukai and gets hit by the projectile.
Very nice, just seals it with the super. Simfukai taking the first round of this game number 2. That was a very back and forth game. That almost kind of slipped out of Simfukai's hands. That's just how this matchup kind of goes. You know, LFL just needs that one opening. So as Testament, you can never really feel relaxed. Good blocks on the Rekkas though. He gets the 6P after the Rekka Ender. Alpha players love RPSing there. Okay, some more pressure. Great backdash. Testament does have a fantastic backdash for dealing with LFL's Rekka pressure. You're going to be seeing a lot of that. Gets the fuzzy. No rover cancel though for the combo. Oh, well-timed 6P on Simfukai's part though. I've been seeing a lot of those Brawler Expresses from Yata in general.
Ooh, I think that's going to be able to punish. Yep, still in the recovery after sending out Crow.
I love the double instant block into super from Yata. Simfukai was not anticipating being that close to them. Thought they'd be fine to throw out the Crow, but the instant block taking them closer. Very good defense from Yata. Oh, this is going to be a great knockdown for Yata. 100 meter to work with. Blocks the double low, doesn't block the high. This should be the round for Yata. It is. Yata going up 2-0. And we're really seeing Yata just like really using all these mobility options to keep Simfukai on their toes. And it's just proving too much for them to handle right now. It's too hard to shut down all these avenues of approach for Simfukai right now. And Yata is just really abusing that fact.
Yeah, and I was going to say, I love that I'm seeing Yata just say, no more playing around, no more trying to set up cheeky things. You're done. This is the combo. These are the routes. You gotta go.
Yeah, we're keeping it strictly business right now. No more fun. We're loser side of things. We need to lock in.
Simfukai seems to have locked in as well, but again, the forward advancing move there from Bamiyata, that was actually not connecting, so Simfukai is going to be able to actually block it, punish it with a 6H, and then get Succubi right afterwards.
That's a lot of damage too. Not going to break the wall though. A counter hit, going to get the wall break. And that super we saw from Yata was actually a option select that you can do with LFL to try to deal with reversal supers during her Rekka series, but they ended up mistiming it, and it came out on whiff, unfortunately. Gonna let Simfukai take the round there. Yata right back in the driver's seat, taking the corner pressure to full effect. Okay, blocks the instant overhead. Great defense from Simfukai. Oh, goes for the low.
Yeah, I am seeing Simfukai getting those backdashes, but it's not been successful to actually challenge some of these Rekkas.
Okay, the fireballs come out from Yata. Saying, I have projectiles of my own. It just runs past the Arbiter sign. Yata gonna be on match point against Simfukai here. What Simfukai has to say about it, though. Doesn't answer the Pineberry. Doesn't answer the Pineberry again. Great backdash on the Rekkas, though. Oh, it doesn't check the Rekka pressure reset. This is rough. She's got 50 meter now. You get opened up. 50 curtains. Great blocks.
Too far for the far slash. Yep, we got the throw. OTG to try to eat out the jump, but wasn't able to lock it in. And now Simfukai's got to make something work here. This is still potential point for Bamunyata, so we're going to go into the Succubi and get the wall break.
That was a great defense from Simfukai. They got to try to close things out here for their tournament life. Oh, Alpha's in with a 100 meter. BRC. We're seeing the gun put in work. Ran past the Arbiter sign again. Oh, it's past the 6P. Gets the knockdown. This is huge.
Oh, yep.
Can't quite kill, I don't think. I think Alpha's going to have a sliver of life here. Oh, and she does. Has 100-meter to work with as well. This is rough for Simplikai. Oh, deals with the Pine Berry. Oh, the chip damage is adding up. Oh, 6P is the Wild Assault. Simplikai holding on for dear life. With the 6P to shut down the Wild Assault. They're going to give them another chance here.
I like the 6P a lot. Testament having one of the better 6Ps. I also think that 6P, correct me if I'm wrong, but there was a universal change for 6P recently too.
Yes,
so
there
it's
was.
interesting that it was interesting that it's still such a good button to deal with that Wild Assault in that situation.
Yeah, they nerfed most 6Ps universally to have more recovery. That way they're easier to whiff punish. A Testament still has a fantastic 6P, and I think I'm actually kind of surprised that we haven't seen more of it from this guy. Specifically to answer things like Pineberry from Hellfelt. There's been a lot of Pineberries that have gone unchecked with Simplikai, and Testament 6P actually hits high enough to hit Hellfelt out of that move. So I kind of anticipate seeing more of that, but that's not what we're getting. Instead, we're getting Yalta with the wall break. Great whiff punish on the reversal 6P there. Reversal 6P, one of the better ways for dealing with pressure, but Nata baited out beautifully and is on match point again. Pineberry's over the 2K from Testament.
Backdash once again, a successful challenge. 2K, the 2B though whipping. We're back in this pressure. Slight stagger here from Bamiata. Still getting hit by the Crow, but we got the reversal to punish the forward slash.
Oh, didn't wall break though. Oh, gets the back throw. This is what you need as Simplikai. You need to make things work out here. Great block from Yata out of the corner. Okay. Oh, fantastic mobility from Simplikai. It's knocked down though. Has to be careful. One last chance. Oh, great tech. Oh, the 6B.
Ooh, you're knocked out of the burst!
Yeah, can't kill quite yet though. Unless they get the wall break, chooses the burst. Oh! What a fantastic spacing and timing on the GP from Simplikai, barely staying alive here. The counter hit 6B in the next round. Simplikai is just trying to make it interesting for us. I love this.
He's just box looking solid.
Oh, it's not the Pineberry with the up fireball. Gonna get a ball break. It sounds like things are looking quite dire for Yata. Yeah, gets the throw, and now what has been multiple scenarios of looking like, you know, the end of the show for Simplikai. Yet, you know, again and again, they bring it back, and now here we are in a Game 5 situation. I don't know what's gonna happen next.
They're scrapping. That's what's happening. We're going to Game 5, like you said, and you know it's so interesting because we're really seeing Simplikai just straight up like playing the aggressor in such a fashion where it's working for them, and really like challenging a lot better. I believe that was a 6B into the projectile. So there you have it. You know, once again, using some of those buttons that we weren't seeing before and straight up just challenging what has been really Yata getting away with, the Pineberry, some of the far-reaching projectiles, making sure you're staying locked in this corner and getting counter hit every single time.
Yeah, things might be slipping away from Yata here. As we have a very dominant situation for Simplikai, stuck in the corner. Pineberry's not going to save you. Match point for Simplikai now. I like that we're seeing Simplikai break out those 6Bs. I think Yata's been getting away with a lot of the craziness in neutral, and one of the anti-crazy buttons that you have is 6B. You got to represent it, especially as Testament. We're seeing that put in work. But Yata gonna get the wall break here with this combo. They get followed to the bonus. We've seen Simplikai pull off crazier things today, so I would not count yourself out of it yet. Oh, that's gonna whiff. Yep. Okay, we are going last round between Yata and Simplikai here. Yata has the burst advantage, which is a pretty big deal. Simplikai gets caught on defense, it could be a wrap. Gotta play this neutral perfectly. Oh, calls out the Pineberry.
And that burst has been used. And the back and forth dash up, but the back dash is still getting locked in with the Rekka. R slash, the continuation takes to Wild Assault. We're going into Succubi as well, so that's going to be Stain State. Fly to Yada.
Fantastic combo, but Yata with 100 meter to work with. Simkai does not have their burst quite yet. Oh, survives the Rekka, gets the 6B. Blocks the Arbiter. Alright, Yata, this is your last chance. You're out of meter. Simkai, for what I feel like the first time this entire set, has the lead, has the winning situation. Oh, gets their backdash caught. No burst. They do have 100 meter.
No!
Oh, no!
The 6H was too early, and because of it, was fully punishable because it was on whiff. Good lord. I would have plugged too.
Such an unfortunate way to go out. You know, you had many winning situations through the set, right, as Yata. And then the way that you lose is due to an error, right? Mistiming your setup or whatever it is they were going for. Mistiming it, whiffing the 6H. Very unfortunate to see. That was a great set, though. Very fantastic to watch. I loved it. Shoutouts to Simfikai making some of the most insane comebacks of the night tonight.
Absolutely. That was a really good set. I think probably my favorite set of the night, from both characters to just straight up thinking. It's heartbreaking because someone has to go home or, out of the bracket. But again, honestly, both players played out of their minds in that situation. And we're going to be hopping into the next match here. It's going to be GC Yoshi versus For Real Z, man.
Yeah, we did already see this character matchup earlier, and it did not go well for Dead GC Yoshi pulling it out there. So we'll see what Real Z-Man has to say about this matchup, see what their interpretation is. The thing I can say about Happy Chaos as a character is that everyone who plays the character very differently, as he's such an open-ended character.
Mm-hmm.
So just because you can beat one Happy Chaos doesn't mean you can beat all of them.
It's so very true. It's like there's not one way to play this character, because this character just, again, versatility at its finest. And, we're seeing that right here. I think one thing I love about For Real's Man's Happy Chaos is the aggression. Very much up in your face. It's not just about being, again, far-reaching. Purple RC, and with the 5P to stop the shenanigans in the air.
Yep, gonna take the first round. Real Z-Man is. It's a great anti-air on the JS, and that's a really important thing to show. If you can shut down the Bedman JS, that is one of the character's best neutral tools. So making the opponent think twice about how they want to use that move would be really important. As I say that, it's the opening with counter hit JS, GC Yoshi on the offense now.
Hey.
Blocking things out. Oh, great air-to-air. Doesn't really have much bullets to work with, though.
Yeah, those 2 bullets are going to be a little bit dicey here. Gotta find a way to restock, if you even have time to do so, and doesn't seem like that's going to be the case for this round.
We have one apiece, both players. No burst on the side of GC Yoshi, however. But Bedman, a tanky enough character, will probably survive for a while. Has the curse on Bedman. Yep, gonna get the steady aim out. Concentration back up, runs in, starts running their offense. Patience for GC Yoshi, not getting opened up. It's opened up themselves, however. Real Z-Man not even waiting to get hit, just like, no, get off me. I wanna have control. I don't blame them. Running the offense, getting the strike throw. Pick up 2P from GC Yoshi though, gonna swap things around.
Ooh, that was gonna be a whipped grab there, and GC Yoshi's gonna definitely apply it. The slight walk-up! Yo! GC Yoshi! I swear, I think the one, thing that makes Batman maybe just as scary, too, is not just only, of course, what we've been seeing Yoshi do in this entire bracket. The big body slight walk-up is probably the most creepy, jarring, I'm in danger, and just seeing the large big body on its way to just straight up destroy.
Yeah, the big thing about a heavyweight character like Bedman too is that because the character has so much health, the players playing them aren't afraid to get hit. You know, it's not like you're playing Milia or something where you're gonna die in 2 combos. Deadman players and other characters with high health don't mind taking those risks. They don't mind trying to, you know, make a hard read or whatever. They're gonna live if they're wrong. And that makes them able to be that much more confident in their offensive reads in situations like that. We're seeing a lot of what we're seeing for Reelsman really focusing on just trying to control the game, not trying to get involved in anything crazy. Anytime there's a scramble, they're backdashing, they're jumping away. They don't want to scramble. They want to have control over the match. And like I said, I don't blame them. You know, you don't want to scrap with a character who hits you harder and has more health than you do. You know, you want to focus on that control because that's what your character has over them.
Once again, GC Yoshi just playing in a way where it's like really making you second guess, like, oh, they're just slightly hovering above me, and then they get counter hit. But I love that For Reals Man is actually playing super patient, super ready. You know, yes, probably catching a couple of these baits, but being able to just recover just as quickly.
For sure. And now we have Reals Man back on the offense. TFD low. This should be a wall break. Lots of resources to work with for Freelzy Man now with the positive bonus. Has all the bullets and concentration they could ask for. Oh, gets the back throw though. This is pretty much the one way GC Yoshi was going to win this round, and it works out.
It definitely works out there. Love the bounce combos. The blue RC though from For Reals Man. Gonna go into the install. Should help out this situation as well. Gonna not only break the guard, but also be able to keep in check For Reals Man, which there's the vacuum effect. And GC Yoshi taking the second round.
The install sweeper was very valuable there for GC Yoshi. Really let them, you know, I was mentioning how like Happy Chaos usually kind of has the control of neutral. When Bedman has install, he's kind of one calling the shot. So it's one way for Bedman to kind of turn the tables on how the matchup is played. But Reelsman, wall break combo here, get positive bonus. Low in concentration though. See what GC Yoshi does about that. Okay, now it's back.
I also really like that For Reals Man is also matching the air momentum quite often. Like, you could even see Yoshi not able to be as clean in some of the movement that we were seeing earlier before. But this is a big opening. The burst is blocked. And that is going to be GC Yoshi's going to tie it up 1-1.
Very nice there. I think what we're seeing really in comparison from like Reelsman compared to like Dende earlier, it is that control I was talking about. I think Reelsman is doing a lot better at just like disengaging and not getting involved in these situations. But I also think that we're kind of seeing GC Yoshi start to take the initiative more. I think we're seeing more situations where GC Yoshi's like, okay, you're kind of trying to play safe. I'm going to start calling some shots then. I'm going to start approaching you. I'm going to make you answer what I'm doing.
Oh my god, the jumpy. I get so annoyed when I see combos like that, or even like just back and forth with jumpy. Like, that's like, here, take it. Enjoy the jumpy until it ends and we land on the ground and I continue to do more pressure.
Yeah, Bedman JP, honestly, a very strong button. Bedman just has an amazing suite of air buttons, which really fits a character with, you know, the air dash mechanic that he has. Oh, great bait on the 6P there. Like I've been saying, GC Yoshi is just so good at using the air options that Bedman has. You know, it's one thing to have strong tools, it's another thing to be able to use them well. And we're seeing them used perfectly in GC Yoshi tonight.
So much happening on the screen. You're gonna get opened up at some point. The burst though from For Reals Man, I don't know if I agree with that burst, which is how low that health is, but again, this is Happy Chaos. You can make quite a bit of a comeback, especially with the right resources in mind.
Oh, okay, we have concentration back. Oh, good shot out of the air. This should be the round. Oh no! Roman cancel. Okay, barely closes it out though. Makes the hero burst work. Now, I feel like most of the time when people hero burst, they end up looking more like a side character, but today, Reelsman, man, making it work. I feel like the one problem that's happening for Real Z-Man right now is like getting a lot of good hits or a lot of good situations and then not converting them consistently. And that kind of goes against like what I feel like they're trying to do, which is, have control over the match. But if you're ending up in these scrambles all the time, it's just kind of costing them a lot, I think. But we'll see if they can clean it up.
I do see what you're saying. Again, like you mentioned, those scrambles, there's only so many times you can win them over and over again, right? So we gotta kind of see where For Real Z-Man's gonna try to take this against GC Yoshi. Also, too, this goes for the same for Yoshi as well. Like, there's been a lot of opportunities for GC Yoshi to really capitalize, but has been struggling to open up For Real Z-Man in quite momentous times here. Which, again, this opening works extremely well for them.
Yeah, interesting that Real Z-Man didn't choose to burst in that situation. I feel like with 100 meter, they definitely could have made a comeback there, especially because they did one round before. But they chose to hold it. Okay, let's see what we can do here for GC Yoshi, trying to make a little bit of a comeback of their own. It'll be tough, have Chaos with a lot of meter to work with. 8 to 60 again, though. Oh, the bomb does stay out. Even with Bedman blocked. It'll be a good opening for GC Yoshi. The guard crush mix, but blocked.
My goodness, the defense from For Real Z-Man! Not really biting on a lot, just getting slight hits here and there, but again, like we've talked about before, it's GC Yoshi trying to figure out a way to open up For Real Z-Man here.
I gotta say, I am so impressed. This might be the round. Oh, he's baiting first. Oh, there's the YRC. I was gonna say, I'm so impressed Real Z-Man has not YRC'd this entire round. Finally cracks, breaks it out. I don't blame them. Oh, it's the steady aim. Not gonna close it though.
the YRC!
Wow. What a round. I really gotta emphasize how impressive it is that Real Z-Man did not YRC that entire time GC Yoshi was on offense. Any other Happy Chaos player, I feel like would have YRC'd the second they blocked anything. But Real Z-Man
not just the Happy Chaos player, I think any player in general would have just been like, I need YRC, get me out of here, please!
Yeah, for sure. Like a big thing about having 100 meter is you can't build more meter. Once you have 100 meter, that's the most you can have. So it's almost like if you have 100, you should find the first way to use it as soon as possible. That way you can start building meter again. But for Real Z-Man, I was like, no, this 100 meter, that's mine. I'm holding on to this when I need it. And it paid off. They ended up holding on to it, and they did use it when they needed it. So, fantastic defense on the side of Real Z-Man.
Absolutely, I agree. Both again, once more, going into this round it's going to be crucial for Z-Man. Like we mentioned before, this is the loser side of things, so you definitely want to make sure that you're giving your all. You're trying to dish out what you can. It looks like we're gonna get the lobby reset as well. Make sure that everything's going okay before hopping back in. Standard strive things and whatnot. But so far, SQ, how have you been enjoying so much throughout this West Coast bracket? Like, what kind of the things that you're seeing compared from East Coast to West Coast that you've been enjoying a lot?
I think I said it earlier, but like the thing that I really like about watching the West Coast bracket or just West Coast players in general compared to like East Coast players is there's just like a wider variety of characters and matchups that are played. And just the way that West Coast players play the game in general, I think is like really interesting to watch. As someone who's on the East Coast myself, I play mostly the East Coast players. So it's always a really fun time to get to see how the West Coast players play. I love getting to watch Danny and Sipikai and Uwabami and obviously GC Yoshi and Real Z-Man. I just like getting to see the different perspectives they have, especially on these kind of more rare characters like Testament and Bedman. Always a fun time, I think.
And for you, when you look at some of these matchups and how they're being played today, I think one question I have for you is what stands out for you as like both a player that has been playing these matchups in tournaments before? What stands out for you as something that like you want to keep an eye out for many of these players?
I think a big thing about Guilty Gear that separates players is how they choose to use their resources or just like interact with resources in the game, you know. Obviously, you know, your health is kind of a resource. You also have your burst gauge, you have your tension gauge, and then whatever character-specific resources you might have, like Happy Chaos, Concentration, bullets, whatever. I think Guilty Gear is a game where like how you choose to use your resources really can separate you from other people. And everyone has their own perspective on how they want to use their resources. And in a lot of situations, you can't really say one way is correct or not. It's just kind of how you choose to go about it. So what I really like to focus on in these matchups when I'm watching somebody who I'm a little bit less familiar with is what's their take on resources? How do they look at things? How do they use their resources? How do they manage them? How do they value things like positive bonus? Do they like getting wall breaks off all of their combos? Are they willing to spend that tension to get a wall break all the time or a positive bonus? That's the things I usually look for.
I like that. That's actually really cool to know that that's something that you're looking out for. And I think that probably the theme of, and I always like to do kind of like the themes of tonight's bracket, or, you know, what's bringing all these players together. And I think you're absolutely correct. It's just been the way that the meter and resources have just been balanced out throughout the entire match and bracket that we've watched. You know, whether a character has those extra bars like Happy Chaos with focus and bullets. And, you know, what's really interesting to see is that we're seeing a lot more of like Happy Chaos struggling to regain the resources that they're usually used to having, like struggling to get bullets back in, struggling to maintain focus, where they're probably not used to that because they're facing characters or players, better said, that are just as much as like, hey, I'm keeping you in check. You gotta be the one to make the RPS of, do you reload here or do you actually spend it all and not get the reward you were looking for?
Yeah, for sure. I definitely think like one of the biggest things you'll notice in sets today is pay attention to how often players have 100 meter. And that's a situation that actually comes up a lot in Season 4 of Guilty Gear Strive. And it's a really important situation because dealing with someone who has 100 meter is terrifying. Especially if they have like a reversal super or something. Even if they don't, dealing with YRC, dealing with ERC, dealing with the fact that they're going to be able to mount crazy offense when they get started. Those are situations that come up a lot in this version of the game. And I think how people play around that is what's really interesting to watch and what separates people right now. But as I say that, we're going back into things at GCOshi with a fantastic start with some offense.
Yes. And that is going to be also to, for Reals Man, very much low on that focus, just getting that meter back. We also have that not Dragon install, the Benman install still on GC Yoshi before running out here. Once again, having to use Super to just gain back all of that focus.
Yep, GC Yoshi's gonna close out that round. Round start is out by the GS. Get some early offense.
Ooh, it is scary right here. There's the pickup. GC Yoshi gonna be applying the guard break. Trying to open up once again for Reelsman. There's that defense, but there's only so much defense and blocking you can do in such a short time here. Burst might have to be an option for Reelsman. There it is! Just as I mentioned it too, again, the hero burst. White Wild Assault, but you was not close enough, so had to purple RC it. And there's those gunshots, thanks to the curse.
Gets the far slash to close out the round. You know, I think that was the only time in that set that GC Yoshi used White Wall Assault. Now that I think about it, it really did not come up very often.
No.
That's going to result in them taking the set, I believe. GC Yoshi going to move on.
Yeah, you sometimes forget that move exists.
Yeah, they definitely don't use it as much as they used to. You know, back when it was advantageous on block. It's still pretty good, but they do often choose to not use it as often these days. Edmund's a little bit better using it than some of the other characters because they can do a White Wall Assault and then have an error come out afterwards, which lets them, you know, kind of maintain advantage. But just chose to keep the burst, which I think makes sense against Happy Chaos.
Absolutely. And with that being said, lovelies, we will be back. We're going to take a quick break. Grab your drinks, grab your snacks, because we're going to be heading into our top 4 very, very soon. So don't go anywhere because these matches are super hype. See you in just a little bit.
See you soon.
baby.
Okay,
Let's hear
man.
it.
You're so good. How are you so good?
I love you, Jake.
2Ds.
For new players, I would probably recommend Braum for how easy it is to just swing and attack. If you like just being like a big reliable like support or like tank type of player, I think Braum does that for you. I also think that his moves are pretty big, pretty swingy, can hit from pretty far away, so you don't have to worry too much about movement. That's like the big thing with Braum. You know, just get in there and just hit them and just protect your friend.
Punk the God, Evo Champ. What's up with you,
How you
bro?
doing, bro?
You ready for this season?
Yeah, I'm excited. I'm very excited, actually.
So, what exactly is your thought process when putting these teams together?
It's just people I see work hard, and this year I feel very just good coming here. Like, usually I don't feel like this. I feel good, but I feel like we're a little bit maybe a sleeper pick this year. Maybe, you know, I just know my teammates are they're gonna come here and really show everyone why I put them on the team.
I think being a team in this format is very different because, like, obviously it's a very one-on-one type of game. For one, I think you have to have a lot of like styles that complement each other, and also you have like people that can fit a certain role.
So it's going to be like a point-based system. So there's going to be a captain match that's going to be worth 20 points. And then there's like a player B, player C match, which are going to be worth 10 points respectively. Also player A plays player A, player B plays player B, plays player C plays player C. We have one reserve spot for anyone who wants to sit out for that match, whether it be a bad matchup or a personal player matchup. Every team is going to be playing each other twice, one home, one away.
Let's go!
What we need is combos. We need straight combos. Everything needs to do at least 50% and then land into a mix-up. We need mix-ups too. New players should play Echo because, as I mentioned before, we need a mix, right? And there's almost no better character to mix than Echo. And it's pretty easy too. Everything needs to be a 50-50. You can't have anything less. No 49s or 51s. Then you gotta get them assist calls. Assist calls. After that, nothing else.
For new players, I recommend Ari because you play a game like this because you want to finesse. You want to move. You don't want to just do things without purpose. Anti-air is as simple as it gets. I kept it extremely simple, but I mean, you can go a long way with just those. And this character is so elegant, so smooth, and you just want to dance when you play it. And this is the character I recommend.
This is my first Verdugo. The people are extremely trained. There's two TOs walking back and forth, and the system is, if I call your name, raise your hand and walk towards the TO, everyone here gets it. I also got added to the bracket, and I'm the 11th seed. What the fuck is up with that? But yeah.
My name is David, also known as Schmoop, and I am the stream producer and co-TO here at Verdugo. Definitely surreal to see this many people just like want to come out just to show how much.
Ray, easy combo, keep it simple. Look at that.
And there's like so many different things that you could talk about.
We're gonna make a shitty f***ing tier list. Best way to live his life.
Oh my god, Punk the God, FlyQuest over! Champion! Let's go, Punk the God right there.
Welcome back, everyone, to FlyQuest Fight Series number 4-3. My name's Saki, and this is SQ. I have no idea why I just said like 4-3 as if that's like English, but we're back with some more West Coast ladder as things do here on the FlyQuest series.
Like it's been a long day, you know. We're locked in with some guilty gear. It's been some intense sets. We're all getting pretty exhausted. I can't imagine what the players are like. Yeah, that's like a big thing in tournaments like this is the fatigue, you know, keeping yourself energized for the entire bracket. Even though you're at home, you know, it might sound like it's easier on you. It is a little bit, but it still takes a lot of energy out of you to keep up with this long bracket, especially after the ladder that they had to go through to even get here in the first place. So I'm sure the players are feeling it themselves, but we're definitely going to get some fantastic sets still, I think.
Yeah, I'm so glad you mentioned about the ladder format. So here at the FlyQuest Fight Series, in order to arrive to the winner's top 8 bracket side of things, you do have to go through the ladder, and basically that's just playing a bunch of matches as much as possible so that you could try to qualify to get in. So these have been players that have been playing all those matches. We got Danny versus Uruwami coming up right now here for your winners finals.
Yes, this is winners finals. We have some Kai versus Johnny. And something else that we haven't mentioned yet, I don't think, is these players are playing for quite a lot of money. I believe there's $400 in the prize pool right now. Players are trying to take home. So you definitely want that, for sure. As Danny is taking control right here early in this first round. When to take the first round, I believe. No burst usage from Uruwami. Yeah, that's the first round for Danny.
Absolutely, and production will be updating those names in just a few short seconds, but as we see both, again, Danny and Uruwami doing a really good job here. Finally, Uruwami getting a bit of a lockdown situation. Again, those dash ups into grabs, very crucial.
Yeah, we've been seeing that a lot. So the trademark offense from Uruwami tonight is just throw him until it stops working, and it hasn't stopped working yet. Ends up whiffing a gold burst, though. Both players just kind of trading the corner back and forth right now.
Right, let's ride the lightning. Going through, gonna be able to carry coast to coast and get the wall break. That should be it.
Sacred Edge, just enough to take out Uruwami here. Danny going up 1-0 in our winners finals. That's a pretty clean set from Danny. It just kind of, he just did Danny. He just did what he wants to do. This is the thing about Danny, is Danny's going to go into every set. Danny's going to play how he wants to play. He has his play style. He knows what his strategy is. It is always on the opponent to throw a wrench in his plan. If you don't have a wrench ready, he's just going to run you over. So what we really got to see from Uruwami, I think, is what is that wrench? What is the proverbial wrench in this case of what are you going to do to throw Danny off his game and make him have to answer to what you want to do?
Agreed. This is going to be, I think, probably a tough set for Uruwami. I also believe we're going to probably see them change lobbies in just a short second as they get a little bit comfy. Again, online tournaments, that play tournaments, as fun as they are, they can always have some little bit of internet issues. So no worries here while they go ahead and get that set up. Like we mentioned before, again, two really good players. But let's talk a little bit about where we can find FlyQuest in some of these next couple of weeks, SQ, while we're waiting for the lobbies to boot up. So I see here on their schedule as well, one, we got the EVO Awards show where they're nominated for 4 categories, which is insane. I think they're probably like the most popular in all of those categories for sure. And then as well as they'll be at Genesis X2 with Jmook being there this upcoming weekend. So a lot to be excited about if you're a FlyQuest fan, because I know I am.
Yeah, for sure. For me, I love watching Genesis. I love watching Smash tournaments. I love watching Jmook. He's one of my GOATs. I'll definitely be rooting for him this weekend. We'll see how that goes. But getting back into things, we got Danny versus Uruwami again. Locking back in, and we're just back to where we were before. This right corner has been where I think a lot of this game has been taking place so far.
I feel like I blinked and the health bar just disappeared.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy too, because Johnny is not a low life character. He's pretty high health, in fact.
Oh my goodness, the counter hit. Okay, I was gonna say if it was super maybe, but because there was only the edge, that was not gonna be enough. But that is enough to kill them.
And when we were watching Uruwami versus GTOchi, I was commenting how Uruwami is finding a lot of holes and mashing out or backmashing or whatever. I think the big difference here is that Danny's not leaving holes. He's leaving very small gaps to let you hang yourself on, and it's working wonders right now. We got to see some adaptations from Uruwami on the defensive side, I think.
And I also think too with it's the character, right? There's not a lot of gaps that you can really challenge when you're in shock state and in some of these strings. So, but this looks like Uruwami was able to recover quickly and was able to kill here against Danny.
Yep, trying to get some momentum themselves. That could be a big thing in competition. See what Uwami can do with it now. Going back to this right corner though. Danny wants to keep the corner. Oh, that dashes the frame trap 2S. Crazy timing.
Whew.
The throw. Are we going to see the Uwabami throws come out?
We're going to see those quick overheads though. Alright, that's a wall break.
There's a tap dust.
Yeesh, that is not good. I saw the plan that Danny had there, but was not able to succeed. I think Danny might have tried to go for a close slash and it just didn't come out, especially with still recovering from the dash under of Uwabami.
Yeah, I was actually about to say, like, wow, what a fantastic dash out from Danny. But then he ended up getting hit. I was like, oh, you know, that's unfortunate.
We were like,
on the precipice of a crazy situation playing out. But Uwabami thankfully pushes it out. And we're going to go 1-1 now here in our winners finals.
Okay. That's going to be 4 slashes to try to check. There is the 2S. Misfiner. Yep.
A wall break there. Nice lead for Uwabami to work with. They block on the tap dust. Oh, that's a huge counter hit. Again, we're seeing a lot of these frame traps paying off for Danny. A lot of damage, but once again, we have a 100-meter situation on the side of Uwabami.
No usage of the meter there in the situation. Going to try to cash it out in a more different situation here. Now utilizing it. That was burst though, but again, you're a pixel of health. Not much you could really do there.
Yeah, Danny really wanted to try to leverage that tension that he had, but Uwabami taking them round. Now Danny has no burst, but it's Uwabami's burst, so we're even.
Okay, far slash reaching. Be able to convert red RC, stun edge. Then we're gonna be able to get it. Yep. Wall break. Ooh, stun dipper, but not enough to connect.
Yep, just a little too close. Danny wasn't anticipating it being that close. Doesn't get the combo. Uwabami, on the other hand, gets the instant overhead and even a knockdown. Okay, that's going to be a super wall break for Uwabami. Danny with some meter to work with, but it'll be tough to find a way to use it. Just gets hit by the instant overhead. Finds the burst. One last chance for Danny.
Oh, that footer art could have been the end of it. RTL on the wild assault. Danny, you madman. It works all the way.
You know, it's not often you see a DP character use their super for a reversal, because, you know, if they have a DP, it's a meterless reversal. Why would you spend meter? Danny has really great awareness knowing when the opponent is over there. His DP is not going to read. He needs a reversal that will read. So very good awareness to use the RTL there, bring that round back, and now he's going to take the wall break and be in quite a good situation for himself.
Yeah, I could see here that Danny was really trying to find a way to recover, neutralize the situation, and regain control, and that's it right there as Danny goes up 2-1 against Uwabami.
Yeah, that's crazy. I feel like we were right on the cusp of this being 2-1 the other way, but Danny, clutch as ever, to bring it up 2-1 for himself. Now we gotta see what Uwabami is gonna do. Yeah, I feel like a lot of things are working out for Uwabami. We're just seeing some of these frame traps putting in a little bit too much work for Danny on Uwabami's side. I think if they can clean that up, this is going to be pretty tough for Danny. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I think with just a little bit of security on momentum, we can really see Uwabami take this to Game 5. I definitely feel like Uwabami's been the one to be probably the most challenging to really make comebacks and make a lot of the players that they fought really uncomfortable in the situation, and that's going to be punished on the DP. Danny kind of felt like it was supposed to be the right read, but was not.
I do like that you point out that it really feels like Uwabami's offense is just hitting everybody. There's not a single person that has made Uwabami's offense not look strong, you know? And again, like Johnny has strong offense, but it's one thing to have strong offense, it's another thing to actually make it work. So that's been very impressive for Uwabami. It's the whiff punish on the whiff block string. Hard knockdown.
Okay.
This
is it. Yep. Still, so meter to work with for Danny. Even though positive bonus is still in play here for Uwabami. But YRC! Interesting. Gonna be able to get Uwabami off of Danny. But force the burst to keep with Uwabami in that corner. And you have the shock state applied.
Okay, Uwabami blocking it out. Oh, just as I say that, gets frame trap. Doesn't get the kill though. Has a chance. Has the meter to work with. Oh, catches the backdash with the close slash. Danny, gonna be on match point now.
Still a chance for Uwabami to take it to game 5. Just all depends if we can land that 6P and get the setup momentum. We're going to be able to go into that overdrive once again. I'd like to see Uwabami be able to secure a safe jump that leaves them in that position of like control, like right here. Perfect opportunity. Once again, another wall break into the overdrive. Something that, you know, costed them before. Wasn't getting that safe jump situation correctly. And we're going to be able to see this dash up.
Oh, Danny trying to make something happen here. Doesn't want to go to a game 5. Oh, it's gonna be tough though. Capcom. Oh, suddenly it's pretty good for Danny though with 100 meter. Oh,
ooh! I'm not sure how I feel about those two. Oh my gosh!
Okay, uses the burst. Oh, catches the backdash with the JS. And here we are, yet again. We're back to the situation, Saki. We have a game 5, or what feels like every set has gone game 5, as far as I'm concerned. That's what it feels like to me.
Very accurate, SQ. Very, very accurate. I don't know. I do feel like Danny kind of let that one go. I know it kind of sounds a little wild because it's like Saki, he was in like pixel territory, it was already like really clutch, but those 2 whiff grabs meant 2 resources of Bard used that could have been enough for Danny to open up Uwabami and easily secure the round. So not sure what happened there for him, probably input errors, but I can definitely tell that made him mad enough to definitely apply the pressure here in this next round.
You know, as Danny takes around, goes back on match point. It's kind of like we were saying earlier, where resources are really important in this game. And, you know, that definitely cost Danny that round, but it's not phasing him right now. He is just right back in the driver's seat, doing what Danny wants to do. But Uwabami with a fantastic instant block on the dire claw to get the corner pressure going. Oh, gonna get the ball break now. I think we're going last round. I just have a hunch.
You might be on that hunch, very much so.
Oh, shouldn't use the burst. Okay. Oh, gets... We're scrambling a little bit. Okay, this should be the round for Uwabami. Get the RC, yes. And now we are on match point for both players, but Danny with a big advantage with the burst game.
I won't lie, that looked really cool because it looked like Johnny broke through the card. It was very anime.
Danny with the early advantage using that ball assault to get the ball break. We get another wall break as well. Wants to keep looping the positive bonus, wants to keep the resource advantage. Okay, Uwabami has made comebacks tonight though. This is not a situation where they're out of it. As I say that, we get the patented throw. Blocks the overhead, does Danny. It's hit low. Hit by the overhead, chooses the first. Oh, this should be a wall break for Uwabami. What? Danny with 100 tension. Uwabami's gonna have to survive this meter usage. Oh, gets the gold burst!
Oh, but it's not enough. The landing of the jump see it, Dust, and that is going to be Danny to secure the game.
Oh, I have to wonder what Uabami was doing to get hit there. I wonder if they were maybe trying to do a reversal super. And if that was the case, if they did get the reversal super, they would have won the round. So if that is the case and they got hit trying to input it, that is very unfortunate to see. But that was a crazy set. Very well played from both players. Uabami is going to be moving down to the losers bracket, and Danny is going to be sitting pretty in the winner's side of Grand Finals. I feel like I wouldn't be too surprised if we see these two fighting each other, but we got to see how the rest of this bracket shakes out.
Absolutely. We have 2 matches before even getting to that ideal match in the grand finals. We got GC Yoshi up next versus Simpukai. This, as someone that plays Testament and has kind of fought a little bit of Benman, I feel like Testament has not the best edge over Benman. And it just feels like that there's something about Benman that makes you really scared because you're in check. You don't know when it's your turn.
Yeah, for sure. I could see that. It's kind of an interesting matchup because both characters are kind of known for throwing a lot of projectiles on the screen. But now you have 2 characters that are doing that to each other. So I feel like there's going to be a lot of interesting interactions with how both players try to play neutral. And I'm kind of curious to see which of these players tries to take more of the initiative in approaching. We'll have to see. But we're getting right into it now with GC Yoshi versus Simpukai. One thing I will say about Testament, they do have a good 6 speed for trying to shut down these air approaches. Just as I say that, we already see it putting in some work.
Yeah, and I think that was one thing too that we were like, hey, Simpukai, we gotta see you use that 6P a little bit more. Just because it's a lot easier to punish now doesn't mean that it's not just as good, but here we have that wall break. Simpukai already going to be able to get the safe jump. 2K, 2D into the projectile, and this is pressure galore right now.
Great block on the Arbiter side. Simpukai closing out the first round. Pretty clean stuff. Nothing too crazy happened that round. If the adjustments are from GC Yoshi. Both players still got to feel each other out. Great conversion from Simpukai, though.
I think that was probably also a really tight conversion because it's really hard to get that specific route, especially with 6H.
Yeah, that definitely looked very, very tight. But Simpukai trying to close out this first game. Great 2D from GC Yoshi. Gonna get the back throw as well. This is what they need. Gets a 2K 2D. Simpukai almost 100 meter though. This is the YRC. Okay. BRC from GC Yoshi. Yoshi though finds themselves back in the corner.
Very nice. The grab ender plus the red RC to make sure that it was going into a launch. And that first game goes to Simpukai.
Yeah, that's pretty clean. I think Simpukai just kind of found situations to take control of stuff. They didn't take any crazy risks or anything. I think right now what we're seeing is Simpukai has put up the wall. This is what you have to deal with. Now we need to see what GCOC's answers are to these situations. What are they going to do about the problems that Simpukai has presented? Back into it.
Oh no, that 5K had hit, so that's gonna force GC Yoshi to use that burst.
Now we're stuck back here in this left corner. Gonna be a wall break for Simpukai. Gonna get the stay in state as well. So a little extra credit.
Staying state still being applied, but it's now gone.
Yep, I think I'm seeing GC Yoshi trying to maybe focus on getting these errors out. It seems to be maybe his answer is okay, I'm going to throw a projectile out, and I'm going to try to kill some time until the air is ready. But doesn't seem to be making a huge difference right now. Quite enough though for Simpukai.
The 2K right after the safe jump. Okay.
Rob was a little bit better for GCOshi though.
Oh yeah, no, 100%. I would definitely say that was a lot better for sure. And it also looks too like GCOshi's getting a little bit more comfortable. I think you're absolutely right too. Again, using that air to try to keep in check here, Testament. But you know, when you have a character that just does so well in such a far screen range and also keeping you in check in the air, I can see where GCOshi is struggling a little bit to get in in this matchup.
Great conversion though, gonna get the knockdown. We've not seen many offensive situations for GCOC yet in this set. They've really been struggling to get started in the first place, but gets the open up here. I don't think this is enough. Not quite, closer than I thought it would be, but... Tip damage.
Ooh,
Very
the
nice.
lightning! Able to catch Simfukai. Yeah, it was gonna be so tough to be able to just avoid all of that, especially when you're actively using tension to try to mitigate the chip out.
Yeah, for sure. We've been seeing a lot of very nice options to shut off air approaches from Simfukai, whether it's the 6P, whether it's the up fireball, whether it's the throw. A lot of different options being utilized from Simfukai to shut down this air movement that GCOshi has been otherwise doing very well with tonight. And that seems to be posing some problems for GCOshi. Maybe he has to find a way to play more grounded? I'm not really sure.
These routes are so sick, but just not enough to kill. But there's the Wild Assault to seal the deal.
Yep, that's 2 straight games for Simfukai there as well. You see GCOshi is like, they're slowly figuring it out, you know, they're putting the puzzle together, but you don't have all day at the same time, you know, you gotta play it together a little faster, you're running out of time. As we're at a point now where it's 2-0 for Simfukai, so it's kind of make or break for GCOshi.
I do think grounded has to be an option here for GCOshi, like you said. Not getting as much of a opening as they'd like with these air movements. Also, the errors, as great as they've been helping in terms of just kind of keeping in check a little bit Simfukai, it's not enough to get the opening that they're looking for. The vacuum effect, bringing in Simfukai a little bit closer, but again, the burst stopping from any reward after that.
Exactly. And I've got the air. I'm gonna find the anti-air with it. I'm gonna get a knockdown as well. And there we go. That should be the round. Oh no, Roman cancel. Makes Simfukai a bit of a chance. Okay. PRC to block the fireball. This is out.
You know, sometimes in those situations, I wonder what's going on through Yoshi's head to not spend that red RC. And, you know, it's one of those things where it's like, don't play with your food because you don't know how much, again, especially with their full bar, you don't know how fast they can make those comebacks happen, even at a pixel.
Yeah, and I'd say the longer you let someone live, at bare minimum, they're also getting their burst back. You know, the longer the round goes, more Simfukai bursts do they get. And that's, you just don't want that, right? Well, that should connect, yes.
Okay.
100 meter on Simfukai's side. I have to play around these defensive options.
Their Stain State's fully applied. The teleport, the 2P though, for Yoshi to stop the teleport from moving any further.
Oh, that's
was
gonna be
so
the round. No chance to burst either for GCOshi. Simfukai on match point. GCOshi, if you got some answers, gotta try them now. Oh, what a great teleport to punish the fireball. Okay, using the air to get in though. It stayed on the ground. Like we were saying, you know, more usage of airs, more usage of the ground game might be the big thing that brings GCOshi back into this right now. It's a 6P, keeping up the pressure.
Tension is going to be running out very soon here for Simfukai. He's going to have to do something because it's already gone and it's building up just a little bit, but again, not enough to really make something out of it. As GC Yoshi's going on the board, Simfukai still up 2-1 though, but at least that puts GC Yoshi on the end for momentum to build off on.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, at the end there, I want to point out that GC Yoshi was baiting out Testament 6B as an anti-air and like moving around it. You know how hard that is to do? Get around Testament 6B of all buttons, and yeah, he's still making it work. He's such a master of positioning with air movement with his character. And I think we're seeing some of these ideas come to fruition for him. I just hope for his sake it's not too late, but we'll see what can be done here. At the very least, his offense has been working out. When he does get his turns, they have been mattering.
Right. Back onto the Sting State pressure. Ooh, very nice pickup. Alright, that's wall break. Should be a dash up here. The block on the YRC. No block on the burst though.
Oh, great anti-air again. I do believe this is enough to kill. Oh, maybe not. Oh, that's better.
No, yeah. There's still leftover guts there. Plus, it's, you know, Man. But that will be enough.
Great trade. Simfukai back on match point again. It's feeling like right now GC Yoshi is having to find that needle in the haystack to get their offense started. Once they can get there, they can win. Oh, using the by wall assault. Okay, that's another option. You can utilize that as well. Oh,
no, hit confirmed. The combo dropped on the route. Hopefully this one doesn't drop though. Reset. Defense here from the side of Simfukai again. When do you take your turn? Gotta be careful.
Right, so much pressure right now. Simfukai, no resources to work with. Finds the far slash though. Impeccable timing. And they have a chance now. A lot of health to work with though. Bedman, very tanky bed. Oh, but this is what you needed. It gets the side swap into the corner for the wall break. Okay. And one more mix up and this could be it for GC Yoshi. No burst. Great block in the Arbiter sign. Oh! It's the wild assault as well. Gonna go into the install.
Oh, yup, the explosion. You know, I think that was one of the reasons why going into that install was such a smart play from Yoshi, because at least then, if in between those projectiles thrown by Simfukai, you guarantee that option on explosions, because it's such like a full screen range.
Yeah, for sure. Very good decision to go to the install. Maybe need to see more of that whenever possible. Okay, we got a mix up. It goes low. Oh, this is rough for GC Yoshi. Nothing to work with. Great air throw. Oh, this is got to block a mix up. It's the tick throw. Gonna RC for the wall break. This is looking grim.
Okay.
Right. Oh,
the grab gets tagged, but the air throw.
You know, I feel like this was honestly a fantastic showing of... I think Simfukai used every single possible way of anti-airing GC Yoshi that set. Whether it was the fireball, whether it was the crow, whether it was the 6B, air throw, air-to-air button, whatever it was. Literally used every tool in the arsenal to anti-air GC Yoshi. So, very well played on their part. And GC Yoshi is going to end up going out at 4th place, but a very good showing. Always fun to watch GC Yoshi and his take on, you know, this crazy character.
Absolutely. I feel like that was like a mission and like an action game. Make sure to do anti-air, crow, anti-air, 6P, anti-air, everything. Like there's just like a checkbox of missions done.
You boot up and play you're playing your game, you gotta do your dailies. That was Simfukai just now.
That's an idea for FlyQuest producers, I'm sure, that are watching. TikTok idea right there. Check off check off all the anti-air missions.
Anyways, now we're going into our losers finals between Simplikai and Uwabami, and they did play earlier, and Uwabami did get the better of the time. But maybe, you know, there's always this idea that, like, when you're the person that loses the set, you spend more time thinking about it than the person who won. You know, they won. They're like, all right, you know, I did good. All right, moving on. The person that lost, they gotta think about it. They gotta sit on it. So we'll see what that does for Simplikai.
I just realized, ST, this is actually a run back from the very first winners round 1 match between Simplikai and Uwabami, and Uwabami won that 3-2, by the way. So this is that slugfest that really started off the chain of like game 5 feelings all the way.
That is true. This did set the precedent for tonight. Throw bait. Small rig with super.
Right? Should be a safe jump, and it is, and we got the instant overhead as well. Burst from Simplikai. Kind of had to do it on that section, but unfortunate that was not enough.
I feel like the problem Simplikai is having here is they're doing a fine enough job, you know, putting out things for Uwabami to run into, but they're not amounting to enough. It's not discouraging Uwabami from doing the things that they're doing, you know? If they're just getting tagged by a random fireball or a random fire slash, it's not enough to convince them to stop doing those things. Because ultimately, Johnny is getting much more reward for the decisions that he's making. So Simplikai's got to find some way to find either more stability or find more reward from the things that they're calling Johnny out for. Because otherwise, it's going to be an uphill battle the whole set.
I actually want to say, yeah, that's actually the best way to describe that. Like here, for example, you got that reversal, but you don't set up much else because you're not even getting that hit for stain state. It's just being applied and not much else is there. Whereas you're seeing Uwabami like taking advantage of your guard being broken. You're constantly blocking the high-low mix. Misfiner right there. There's that counter hit, and already you're gonna see the death of that. So, you know, great reads, great responses, not enough of a follow-up plan that comes right after.
Yeah, and part of it is just the difficulty of the matchup, right? Like, on paper, Johnny is just a more explosive set play character. That's but while they have pretty good offense themselves nowadays, it doesn't compare to Johnny. Johnny obviously has more health, damage output. There's just an inherent difficulty of the matchup for Testament to overcome. So, you know, maybe you can't find high reward, but you need to find more ways to reduce the risk that you're taking or whatever it is that you have to do. Check on the dash.
Yeah, I love that check there too. And again, that reward is coming through, and you're starting to see a little bit more follow-up from Simplikai.
Yeah, exactly. You need to find more ways to get hits like that. Or at least find more ways to set up stain. That way your hits can matter more. As I say that, Bombing getting the wall break to super. We got the 100 meter though. Not too doomed. Oh, good 60. As the stain state. Oh, great catch on the backdash with the 2H. This should be the round. We finish the combo.
Nice. And there we have Simplikai tying up the round one, or rather the game 1-1. Much better set of rounds for Simplikai than compared to the first game.
Yeah, for sure. I think really finding more of those meaningful hits. You know, we saw like the 5K starter that led into a little bit more reward. We saw them getting stained a little bit more often as well, which I think makes a big difference. You know, we might need to see more confirms into Wild Assault eventually. There's a lot of avenues that they can try to get a little bit of extra advantage from. It's a matter of finding the right ones. I think the problem with that is a lot of the time, Simplikai is having to spend their burst on burst. They don't really have the opportunity to use it on Wild Assault.
Yeah, not like in the other games that we've seen Simplikai, where we were seeing Wild Assault be a really big factor into extending combos. But I don't even think this was a chance to even play the game here for Simfukai, as Uwabami just steals and kills for it.
Uwabami looking strong as ever. Okay, oh, great punish on the low misfire using the ball assault. I'm saying, you gotta find more ways to get these more substantial hits. Great Joker trick though, very good awareness to go through the fireball.
Ooh, you're not getting away there, Simfukai. It's not enough to kill, there was no resource there. But we do have burst, so at least that's something. What? You pressed Uwabami?
There is a chance here, but oh, there's no chance. Never mind.
the instant overhead. It was too good. Too big brain there for Uwabami. Let's put Uwabami 2-1 right now against Simfukai.
Yep, I mean, I think we're kind of just seeing more of what we saw in the first set. You know, Uwabami, just every time they get on offense, it feels like it's GG's for the round. And Simfukai's got to find some way to avoid that, or find some way out of it, or maybe even find a way to mount their own offense. You know, maybe don't even give them the chance to try to push it. Just get them to block a button, slam the ball assault just like this, get your turn started. You know, you need to find some control, some way to stop Uwabami from doing what they want to do.
I love the dash ups as well, or the dash cancels. Because again, that's just adding to the great management of resources we're seeing here. The 2S actually lands! And we're getting the Joker card!
It's gonna be tough. Okay, with some meter to work with though. YRC. Very nice misfinder again to call out the crow. That's how to put Uwabami on match point against Simfukai here in our losers finals. 2K to go under the far slash. Nice misfinder again to call out the projectiles.
If I was Simfukai, I might actually want to try to burst a little bit. Honestly, in this next stage, I would have said burst a little bit earlier, because you don't want to be caught in this corner like that. And now you're just at low health. That burst is literally your saving grace at the moment.
Yeah, for sure. We're on our last breath here for Simfukai. They've made crazy comebacks tonight, and they do it when it really counts here in losers finals. This is how it starts. Oh, that's the burst. Oh, you have no health against Johnny doing misfinder. And as I say that, Uwabami is going to close out the set. 3-1. Simfukai going to be out at 3rd place. You know, I really got to wonder if there was some way to maybe use burst gauge better that set. Maybe that's what Simfukai was missing. Like either using burst early, using it for wall assault to be more aggressive. I'm not really sure. You know, I'm not a master of the matchup. I'm sure Simfukai knows better than I do. But that's the only thing I can really think of, is that you had to find some way to leverage that burst gauge differently. But Simfukai ended up getting 3rd place. Still very well played. A very impressive run. And 100%. Now we're going to be moving on to grand finals.
Yes, this is the rematch that we were waiting for, and what we were kind of guessing through, especially after that winners finals. We were just hoping to see if Uwabami was able to make it through that loser side, to be able to make it back. And we're going to see, because again, that winners finals really told a tale. Again, game 5, you know, we had Danny, who was like very close in multiple final round situations, and Uwabami was just able to like recover very quickly. And let's see if Danny's, first of all, just ready to keep it going, because remember, Danny's been the one chilling in grand finals for a little bit, while Uwabami, you know, has been going match after match after match. Took a small break, then fought Simfukai just recently. Again, playing really strong, but now you're going back to Danny.
Yeah, for sure. You know, and it's worth remembering too that winners final set between these two was literally one decision difference from, you know, changing the outcome. One last moment where one decision was different, it would have been Uwabami sitting in winners side grand finals. So the set was about as close as it possibly could have been. And, you know, when we look at the rest of this bracket, these are the two players that have definitely been doing the best. They've kind of been the most dominant over the opponents that they have fought for the most part. So, you know, it makes sense to me that these are the two that we see here in Grand Finals. And I'm curious to see what the adaptations are, you know, because when we first saw these two playing, I think a big thing was there was a lot of frame traps that were getting a lot of reward for Danny. And then Uwabami started cleaning it up later in the set, not getting frame trapped as often. So if they can clean that up earlier in the set and that not be much of a problem at the start, you might see a different result here.
Is that rush up, rush down mental, and then there's Danny with the burst. Ooh, it's a little too. Yep. Okay, Red RC. Gonna get the wall break. Not enough to kill. Just a sliver of health. Work your stun dipper to save the day.
Well, drops the combo. Uwabami with the 2P, taking the first round. Okay, they're both kind of feeling each other out here on the round.
All this defense.
Block from Danny, good block, good block. Oh, man gets hit by the close slash.
Okay. Oh, the backdash there from Uwabami was like, I know your tricks, Danny. I know what you're trying to do with some of those DPs in the air.
Okay, that was a pretty good opening from Uwabami, I gotta say. That felt like they're on a mission, you know?
Absolutely. Now, a reminder to everyone who's not too familiar with how a double elimination bracket works. Every player enters with 2 lives. In the case of Danny, Danny hasn't lost any lives, whereas Uwabami has lost 1 because they went down to losers. So in order to achieve the grand bracket reset, we're going to need to see Uwabami win at least 3 games to initiate the bracket reset and another 3 games to take the full tournament. Whereas only Danny just needs to win those 3.
Exactly. And I think a big thing from Uwabami's side is it can be daunting to look at that, like, wow, I gotta beat this person who has already beaten me. I have to beat them effectively 6 games in a row. Not in a row, but you know what I mean. And that can be kind of daunting to look at. But I think what you have to do when you're in that position is you just have to look at it and take it one step at a time. Look at it as an entire series, just be like 1 game at a time. What's happening right in front of me, that's all I care about.
Mm-hmm.
And
that's exactly that's exactly the case for Uwabami. Working it out step by step, seeing what's working, going from there. Ooh,
Nice
that is
bait.
a big burst bait.
Combo route selection as well from Danny. And you know, on the flip side, Danny, he has a set to work with. He can lose a set and be chilling, you know? You can try stuff out, you can experiment, you can not burn yourself out, and try to just get some ideas of things that you can maybe leverage in the second set if things aren't going sour early on. Seem to be right now. Wait, punish. Not gonna be the round. Oh, drops the combo. That's gonna be the round, though.
Is indeed gonna be the round. Even, you know, what's insane is that even though this is already game 2, it's happening such at a quick pace, but because it's what Uwabami wants. You know, usually we see that from Danny, and I feel like Danny's been struggling to gain back control for a little bit now.
Yeah, for sure. Just kind of, you know, doing whatever they want, and Danny.
Trying to get some of these platforms. There's the stun dipper. Dipper thrust follow up as well. Oh my gosh. What a hit here for Uwabami. Alright, and then there's the blue RC. And we're gonna see the Fudo arc follow up as well. And the tap dust. Going into this second round right now, Danny still up on the round. Let's see if we can see that pull in. See that confirm going through. Apologies here. All right, here's that counter hit. Gonna take it all the way. Sacred Edge for the shock state plus the hard knockdown. And we're gonna see Danny try to lock in on this corner. What a pickup! The burst though from Uwabami, but enough to follow up. And Danny now on the board. 1-2 to Uwabami. My lovely co-caster, unfortunately, oh no! What a horrible freeze frame! Unfortunately, because of the net going down for SQ, we have a freeze frame right there. Oh, how unfortunate! That's like every caster's worst nightmare is their net goes down and they just have like the weirdest frame right there for protection to you. So but regardless, the show must go on. As we're gonna see here, Uwabami try to duke it out. A strong start from Danny's side. He's gonna be able to get the wall break. Okay, both players without a burst. And that is going to be a jump slash into stun dipper. But a great pickup here from Danny. Now we're starting to see the control once more. As that's going to go into Sacred Edge for a hard knockdown plus shock state. Uwabami has 2 bars to work with, but just not enough time. Again, thankfully with the dash up into the 5K, that's going to be enough to just stagger out and make way for Danny. Okay. SQ, you're back! Let's go! You didn't leave me with just Kai things. I'm so happy. Yay! Well, welcome back. We got Danny up 1-2 against Uwabami. Actually just won the first round and now trying to close in on the second one as Uwabami is struggling to maintain that health lead. Okay, and here we go. That's gonna be enough with Danny tying it up 2-2. Yes, it was. It was like your internet went out and then it was back to coasting. on the Mazda. Oh my god, that's wild. I didn't even mean for that pun to happen. Oh man. Oh, but no worries, everyone. As for SQ, you'll be hearing her shortly. She's just getting back into things. It just helps me and my rhythm as she gets back into the feed, and you'll all be able to hear her sweet voice in just a short second. So be patient, I promise.
I think I should be back now.
Hey, you are. Let's go. Chat has seen you back.
Okay, we're back. We're good. Internet just went out at the most unfortunate time. Things happen, but we're back as we are going into potentially the final match of this set. Things are very different from what I left originally.
It feels like you gave the reset that Danny needed, but instead of Danny getting the reset, you got it.
That's crazy. Well, I don't know what he did, but it must have been fantastic work because it looks like we are going into potentially the last round here. Choosing to use the Wild Assault to really close it out. Oh, not enough.
That's insane work right there. I saw the Wild Assault ability, but I feel like you just had too many hits in that combo. It was not close enough.
Oh, gets the overhead. Is that enough? Oh, it might be.
Uwabami
does not want to lose here.
Yes.
Oh my goodness, it's enough. Uwabami on match point trying to stop this Danny comeback.
It's so unfortunate because, again, the Wild Assault was the right idea, but just the wrong execution and not enough tension to keep it going.
I don't know about you, but I wouldn't have it any other way with the set being this close.
Oh, for sure.
Danny not letting that round phase him, though. If anything, it inspired him to do even better, and now we are on match point for both players.
Both players with both bar for first the bar, and now we're going to see Obami with the advantage of having the reach of the first bar tension. Okay.
Oh, gets the low, forced to burst. Oh, great whip punish. No wall break though. The counter hit doesn't convert though. Oh, gets a knockdown. Oh, Danny, you gotta make it work here. Gets the counter hit. Oh, slash. Oh.
I'm so scared, SQ. I'm not gonna lie, I'm so scared.
I am too. Oh, Bobby almost has 50 meter. It's the 5K check. That is going to be the round and the set, and we are going into a reset situation. Holy goodness. I have no words, honestly. Actually, we should have expected this, because this means that we are ending Grand Finals with what is probably going to be 2 Game 5 situation. We got the first one out of the way. Let's get the second Game 5. You know, it's just how tonight's going to be.
It's interesting because it's like the exact opposite happened from winners finals and grand finals, and now we gotta see who takes it for the bracket reset.
Yeah, here we are. I mean, we're in for another whole set. You know, you gotta lock it, and as the players, you know, it's like you gotta have that mental reset yourself. You gotta be like, all right, wipe the slate clean. We got a whole other set to play.
I definitely feel like where Danny's struggling here is that there's not, and I think this is actually a Johnny thing. This isn't so much a Danny thing or a Kai thing. I think that because of the way Johnny's just built, there's just certain routes that they would usually steal the kill, but it's not happening because either of the guts or just even Johnny's gravity.
Yeah, for sure. It's something that makes characters like Johnny strong in this version of the game, is that they can live an extra hit or two. And you know, when you live those extra hits, you tend to have a lot of resources after living, which is the perfect recipe for comeback.
Okay, good DP. You have to stop that bleeding. You don't want to be caught in a situation where you're getting thrown over and over again. Like now, honestly, now is not the time for you to just take the throw.
Charge just jumped out. Great throw from Danny, taking game 1 in this reset.
All right. Definitely seeing the pace that Danny wants to work in. Like I mentioned before, I think what I'm curious for Danny is, what are you going to do to change the situation that you're dealing with? Because obviously right now you can't think of new routes. That's not something that I would recommend if you haven't gone into the lab and lab specifically against Johnny in your routes. So what are you doing to make up for the fact? And I think one of the things that I'm really liking from Danny is we're really trying to use that roaming cancels and tension to just try to open up Uabami.
Yeah, I think a big thing Danny's going to have to do is he's going to have to do a lot of work to kind of coax Uabami getting hit by the good hits. Like right now, catching that backdash with the slash is fantastic. That's what you want to see as Kai. So you're going to have to do a lot of mental work to kind of make Uabami feel desperate to get out of these situations, so you can get those bigger hits. So you don't have to worry about as much where Johnny's going to live through your combos.
Okay. Yeah, I am seeing Uabami trying to 6P a little bit more often on those air shenanigans. What a close slash! Just on the other side.
What? Oh, gets with punish though. It's going to be a wall break for Danny.
So 2P into Dire Claire, and that is going to be Red RC. to seal the deal. So tying it up round to round apiece.
And this is a very pivotal moment, I think, because as Uemami, you really don't want to go down 0-2. It sounds like an obvious thing, but like mentally, it's such a different situation being down 0-2 versus 1.
Especially after such a momentum like the bracket reset you just went through. RTL! And that's gonna catch Uemami off guard.
Gets the reversal super. To keep the meter, doesn't RC it. Ooh, tricky throw set up there. Danny with the DP. Oh, doesn't kill. Not enough.
Oh no! The go burst attempt! Stun Dipper! You gotta be careful here. Burst is prevalent. Oh, but the grab locked it out and the OTG. Danny, you freaking like beast! Oh my god!
That was a crazy situation. I am honestly genuinely shocked that Uemami did not choose to use their burst earlier. Yeah, I understand they weren't going to die from the combo, but just bursting to stop momentum, go back to neutral. I'm surprised we didn't see that.
Go back to neutral, chip out. You know, there wasn't a lot of meter to really work with in that situation for Danny either. So it's like that any faultless defense wouldn't have been something that you would have had to worry. Plus, you are also doing guard break, so that's still gonna work out too.
Exactly, but now we're in a situation where Danny is up 2-0 and has quite a bit of momentum in this Grand Finals reset. Almost making it look like how did the bracket reset in the first place? This has everything going for him right now.
I just don't see the health bar. Like what? Like I feel like you got hit by that. But yes, production. Listen, if no one's got me, I know production's got me.
All the counter hits are rolling in for Danny right now. The pressure is mounting on Uemami. Hits the whip punch though. Oh, ends up messing up their setup though. They gotta make something happen. Gets the backdash at least. Okay. Like it's called out. Oh no.
That's
is that
it,
gonna be
I think.
It is, and Danny, after a very long night of Game 5 situations, decides, you know what, I'm done with that. We're closing out this reset with a 3-0. Very well played from Danny. Just got the momentum and just rode with it. Very well played. Obviously well played to Uemami as well. They played fantastic. Only person to beat Danny today, obviously. Very, very good Grand Finals from both players.
Very good games. GG's to both players. Let's take a look at that bracket one last time as we go ahead and see the completion of, again, like you mentioned, just a night of Game 5s, I feel, especially with Danny, you know, taking it into, going into the bracket reset as Uemami, oh my gosh, was struggling there for a second, was able to go ahead and seal the deal for the bracket reset, but just not enough to take it home. I mean, it's 6 games, like you said, you got to take it one at a time. Following up, we also got Simfukai as well in 3rd and GC Yoshi in 4th. And congratulations to the rest of our top 8 as well for making it this far. Once again, it is such a fun time here at the FlyQuest Fight Series. They not only do Guilty Gear, they do Street Fighter as well. They do interchange a couple of times. So it's really awesome to see them work out and do an amazing job. Again, they have East Coast, West Coast ladders. So regardless of the region that you're in, there's an opportunity to go ahead, get your fill of not only of the games here, but also be like SQ, going ahead and taking over the bracket for the most part, winning 2nd, and then just coming over to commentate West Coast with me.
And, you know, for me, FlyQuest Fight Series is one of my favorite online tournament series. I think the vibes for it are just like really fun. I like the ladder format for what it is. So I always make sure to, you know, play or commentate if I can. I do like doing that as well. Or like today, do both. You know, play in one bracket, commentate the other one. it's a super fun time on FlyQuest all the time, and I really appreciate them for running brackets, and I appreciate them for having me on commentary. And I appreciate you commentating with me. I think you did a really good job today, and I had a lot of fun. So thank you very much, Taki.
Of course. Now, before we head out, SQ, where can we find you?
If you want to find me, I am at Swirl147 pretty much on everything, on Twitter, on Twitch, on YouTube. Wherever you want to find me, that's pretty much going to be my name everywhere. And how about yourself?
Yes, so for starters, you can find me at Saki Sakura TV. I'm literally on every platform, as you can see, with the same name. Just a heads up that I will be going to Mexico for the Mortal Kombat 1 Pro competition. So if you're interested in some more Mortal Kombat, if you enjoyed tonight's brackets and my commentary on it, feel free to tune in next weekend, as I will be commenting probably in Spanish. We'll see. We'll see what happens.
Ooh, okay.
But also, additionally, make sure to check out some of FlyQuest's upcoming events too before we head off. Like we mentioned again, they're going to be at the EVO Award Show. They're nominated for 4 EVO Awards, which is insane. As well as you can check out some of their upcoming players that are also going to be at Genesis. And remember, don't forget that there's SFL Street Fighter League US offline finals where you got Punk, Christy CCH, Shine, and Cycle all competing in those finals. So make sure you show out some love. Give love to FlyQuest fighters. And once again, remember, this is the place to be if you enjoy some Street Fighter, Guilty Gear, and just fighting games in general. We'll be seeing you all in the next one. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Take it easy, everyone.